is this interesting-looking man walking down the street, battling the sunshine. We're going to start this off. Let's hit you with a round of applause.
Yeah, great to see you. Yeah, great to see you.
Okay, we're starting any second now.
Too much, yes, sir. Yes, sorry. Hey,
Whoa.
good to see you. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
I was just going to nip to the shops and I'm going to buy some water.
Okay.
So I can have water, sparkling or still?
Both.
No, I'm going to get it. Just what's your preference?
Still would be great, yeah.
Still great. Great. So you guys start this out?
Can you get us a Diet Coke as well? Are we recording? Yeah, okay. All right, come and sit down. Yes. Okay, so this is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. I've lost my pink thing, didn't I? Here, okay, thank you. If anyone doesn't know what this is about, yes, you're all welcome. Come and join us if you want to. We're here all day, so if you don't want to join us now, you can maybe join us later. We'll see what compelling nodes and nuggets of conversation come up today. We don't know. That's the exciting thing about Talkaoke. We just don't know what's going to come up, so it could be anything. My name's Mikey. Let's find out who we got around the table. Tell us your name.
Chris.
And
Martine.
I'm going to hit you with a round of applause. Come and join us if you want to. Now, this is a crucial moment on Talkaoke because at this moment we just don't know what people are going to talk about. So, there's always a kind of feeling. Obviously, it's a lovely, lovely day today.
I need to get people to tune in. I need to.
Have you got an online following?
Well, potentially, but
Yeah.
I need to get my my colleagues, part of the theatre
Yeah.
group, to tune in.
Okay.
So
okay.
Talkaoke online, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, but well, we're not actually. We never go live because we don't know. We need people to have that chance to. If they don't like something they've said, we just rub that bit out. Do you know what I mean? So we tend to just record it and put it on later. But anyway,
Such an amateur.
this is a message to those people watching. Yes. Hello. Here we are. So, but we don't have a subject. Come and join us. Yes. Some timings, okay. Have we got a subject to kick off with? Don't take it too serious. Maybe I built it up a bit too much. Could be anything. We can start off with anything.
Well, I said to
Yeah.
your colleague, why Roehampton?
Why
I mean,
Roehampton?
it's on the edge of Wandsworth. So,
Yeah.
Do you know much about Roehampton?
Yeah.
I'm outside the bar, but I've been coming in for the Fringe, and been cycling around the estate. But yes, nice place.
Yeah. There's a lot of cyclists around here. I don't know if you noticed that. Yeah.
That's because you've got what A road is it that takes you all the way south to Portsmouth? So it's and it feels, as your colleague was saying, very villagey. I do like it around here.
Yeah. Where
I've
are
been
you
here
from then? Are you from Wandsworth?
I am from Wandsworth. I am Wandsworth.
You are Wandsworth. Okay.
Yes, born in Tooting.
Yeah.
That's my
Tooting.
nickname.
Okay, I'm gonna Tooting. That's actually
Yes!
that should be more.
I got the
That's Tooting. Born in Tooting.
yeah, Citizen Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, and all that stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So has Tooting got a different feel?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So Tooting, when I was research, I just happened to look this up because obviously I'm still interested in where I was born and bred. Was voted top 10 places to live in the world.
Wow. Not just in London or
In the
UK.
world.
In the world.
In the world. I think that was like a TripAdvisor. Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. It deserves one of those.
Yeah. Why the what? I mean, obviously I've flown over Tooting, coming from different parts of the world back to Heathrow, but I've never looked down and gone, that is one of the best places in the world. But what is it about Tooting that makes it like on the world stage?
So its progression has.
Yeah.
Let's take it right back to possibly the 80s, if not before, when the Asian community moved in,
Yeah.
and then that strip from Tooting Beck down to Tooting Broadway with those fabulous Indian restaurants. And all the shops. So seeing that diversity, I'd like to say before East London.
Yeah.
And then, that lovely sound from the bus. And then more people come in and seeing how it's diverse. It's got so much to offer. Tooting Market as well. Oh my gosh, the landmark, the great landmark.
So it's
Tooting
kind of
Wood and
like East London before East London even was a thing.
Yeah, on a smaller scale.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
so
correct.
It's got diversity.
Yep.
It's got Indian restaurants.
Yep. It's got shopping.
It's got shopping.
It's got Primark.
Yeah. Okay. Do you go to Primark? Are you a Primark shopper?
I do. Yeah, of
Is
course.
there anything in particular you like from Primark?
Yes, the tees, the t-shirts. You can't go wrong because I'm a PT, I'm a fitness instructor. So, yes, come along, come
and
along.
join
She's
us,
intrigued. Pull up a chair. We haven't got any cups of tea though to offer.
Well, maybe we can sort that out. We've got the links to the Arts Hub. But anyway, we'll do that in a minute. Are you from Wandsworth, Chris?
No, I'm from Kingston.
Kingston? Is that close? Is that nearby?
So it's just the Portsmouth Road you mentioned. Yeah, just a bit of a trek back the other way. But yeah, was cycling here yesterday. But yeah, too warm for that today.
Yeah. Come and have a seat. Sit in the shade over here. We've got Martine. We've got Chris. I'm Mikey. Tell us your name. Monica, welcome. Come and have a seat. At the moment we just started off. This is Talkaoke. You can talk about anything you want to talk about. So far we've been talking a lot about tooting. Hang on, tooting. What's happened here? Oh no. The tooting button. Yeah, what's going on? I don't know. Tooting. Yeah, what happened to tooting? I don't know. Oh, I'm going to have to start it all over again. Anyway, we have got Martine, we've got Chris, we've got Monica. I'm Mikey. Where are you from, Monica?
Originally,
Yeah.
Stafford.
Stafford? Stafford, and is that in Staffordshire?
Yeah, Stafford.
Right, yes, I know.
Near Stoke-on-Trent.
Near Stoke, yeah. And what brought you down to Roehampton?
I've been here for donkey's years now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me mum and dad had 18 of us.
Wow. That's
I had 12 brothers.
Wow. Okay, right. And what number are you in that order?
6.
Number 6 out of 18. Wow.
So I'm 90 odd now.
Wow. Wow. Is there,
I was born 1936.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow, that's
whatever
incredible.
that is.
Yeah. Can I ask you, of your brothers and sisters, are any that are still with us?
No, not all of them, no. No. I think there's only our Joni and Martin was the 2 youngest.
Right.
Out of the 18.
Yeah.
And me, I was the 6th one.
Wow, that's incredible.
I bet you had to help out a lot with raising the kids and your siblings.
No, my mum used to say, if you said to me, Mum, shall I wash up for you? No, she said, you won't do it properly and your dad'll give you a hiding.
She must have had a lot of energy to look after 18 children. Yeah.
She never went through the door.
Wow,
never.
Incredible.
Not even as far as across the road there. Never, she didn't.
And that was in Stafford? Okay, yep. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Margot. My dad, he was one of 5. And they were all boys.
5, that means nothing compared
Yeah,
to
I know,
18.
it's like nothing. People usually used to get impressed, but not anymore. And then my grandma, my dad always said, like, she never did anything because she's like, oh, I'll get my boys to do it. So she was like a queen. She was like, can you fetch this, do that, go there. She didn't do any work, so it's the opposite.
Different, yeah. Okay, so we've got Margot, we've got Monica, we've got Chris, we've got Martine. Tell us your name.
Lucy.
Lucy, let me hit you with a round of applause. At the moment, we found out a few things. We found out that Martine's from Tooting. What's that?
Lucy Lockett lost her pocket.
Okay. Is that why you're called Lucy? Do you know?
Yeah, my grandma used to sing that to me when I was little. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the things. Okay, so we've got the Tooting thing. Apparently, Tooting is one of the 10 best places in the world to live. Not in London, not in the UK, but the world. We've got Monica that's come from a long time ago from Stafford here to Roehampton many moons ago. We've got a new face over here. Tell us your name. Natalie. And we found out that Monica is one of 18 children. Born in 1936.
Brothers.
Yeah. Um,
Family was big.
yeah.
I thought my family
Yeah.
was
What?
big.
Go and hit us with numbers. What kind of numbers are
Well,
we talking?
I've got 5 brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
So I'm one of 6.
Wow, that's quite big. I think. Yeah.
So, but Monica has absolutely smashed it out of the park
Yeah.
there at 18.
Yeah. Well, I think it's more Monica's mum that's done this. Okay, maybe we should just go around and find out how many brothers and sisters everyone's got. We normally do this when we do a kids Talkaoke, but you know, whatever. Natalie, have you got brothers and sisters?
Just one sister.
Just one sister. 5.
1 sister, 3 brothers.
Okay.
1 brother.
Okay, we know you. Yeah.
I've got one sister, but I always wanted to have brothers
Yeah.
because
What
I think
happened?
it's my like I was supposed to be a boy. No,
Yeah.
no, I was supposed to be a boy. I had like a boy's name lined up, and then
Yeah.
in the end,
What were you going to be if you were a boy?
no, we've been through this. It's Bartek, because I'm from
Bartek.
Polish family. It's the most generic.
Bartek. You were
tech
going to be
company
Bartek.
name. It's like computers and floppy disks shop.
Yeah.
That would be my name.
Bartek. Okay.
Bartek, yeah.
Sounds like a technology company for running hospitality. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Anyway, it didn't happen. Maybe we should talk about things that did happen. You became Margot. We've got Natalie, we've got Lucy, we've got Martin, we've got Chris, we've got Monica and Mikey, by the way. But where are we going to take this conversation? What do we want to talk about? It's a beautiful day. We're here in Roehampton. There's some questions about Roehampton. There's questions. Yeah, go on.
Sorry to interrupt. Before we do, what about yourself? How many brothers and sisters have you
I've got the one. In a way, I'm similar to Margot, but the other way around, because I always wanted a sister. I only had a brother.
I really hope your siblings aren't listening to this. It's just like, yeah.
My brother wouldn't care. No, honestly, my brother wouldn't care. He's like a very hands-off guy. Come and join us. This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. Come and tell us, what are you doing over there?
Ah, you're the jelly.
Come, just 2 minutes. Tell us what you're doing so we can just warm this up, get the excitement going. Just cut. Yeah, we have got Natalie, we've got Lucy, we've got Martin, we've got Chris, we've got Monica, we've got Margot. Tell us your names. We won't keep you for... There's no contractual obligation here with Talkaoke. You can stay for as little as long as you want to, but just tell us your names and tell us what you're actually doing today. Okay, we'll start off over here. Tell us your name.
My name is Mara. I'm a part of the cast of Dragon Wagon.
Dragon Wagon, okay, yeah.
My name is Catty, I'm in the cast and I'm the MD for Dragon Wagon.
The MD?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Means I wrote the music that we're going to do in the
Ah.
show.
Can anyone guess what MD stands for?
Managing director?
Okay.
Music director.
Okay, yes. And
Hi, my name's Molly. I'm a cast member.
you're a cast member.
Yes.
Are you a character?
Yeah, I'm a CM.
I'm an MC.
Yeah, well,
What can you tell us about it? Don't give anything away if it's like part of the
No spoilers.
unfolding of the drama.
well, I play a good character and I play a bad character. And it's a 3-person cast, so we do a lot of multi-rolling. We're always kind of like running around, taking a crown off, putting a cape on. It's a lot of
Sounds like a caper.
yeah.
Okay, is there anything you can tell us about this particular production without giving anything away?
We can say that it takes place in a caravan. Some storytellers roll up inside of this wagon, and we will use every possible window, door, roof, and centre behind of the caravan in the show at some point.
Right.
So we might be popping up from unexpected angles.
Okay, so you're popping out the caravan from every single aperture.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. All right. Okay. And what time is that?
We are at 12 and 2 o'clock today.
Okay, 12 and 2 o'clock today. Come and join us, by the way. This is Talkaoke. We're lucky enough to have the CM and a couple of CMs and the MD of jellyfish. I keep wanting to say jelly bean, but that's only because I've got a strong addiction to carbohydrates and an aversion to seafood. Jellyfish Theatre here. We've got them here. We've got a new face. Tell us your name.
Hello, I'm Kath Matos.
Can we call you Kath?
You can call me Kath. Yeah.
And we were just doing a quick round. We found out that Monica is one of 18 children. Yes, 18. And no one could get close. I think you were the closest with 6.
Six?
Have you got brothers or sisters?
Do you know you had 6? I got 2 sisters.
2 sisters, okay, not bad. Okay, brothers and sisters?
Yeah, just one sister.
1, okay.
I've got 4.
4, okay,
Yeah.
so you're up there.
3 sisters. 3 sisters, 1 brother.
Okay.
One lowly brother. That's
A
it.
lowly brother. I mean, is it kind of important that he is lowly?
Yeah, that's a necessary component of our dynamic.
How do you keep your brother lowly? What are the tricks?
Oh, you be the really you be the actor of the family. That's what you do.
Okay, so you're the performer. He's not a performer.
No, actually, I mean he is. He's just I just demand my parents' attention more.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I mean, yeah.
I think that's why me and my sister maybe didn't get on well when we were children, because I was always getting all the attention, because I'm a younger of 2. And I think she was like the more serious one, and kind of, she had more responsibility as the firstborn. And I think my parents were still kind of like working out how to handle a child. So I think she got a lot of kind of like harsh, child 0, just like try all the methods on her. Yeah, and
It's like psychologically scarred, but luckily.
Yeah. But the second one popped out, and she seems to be okay. So yeah.
Okay. Are you off now? Give us a final thought before you go.
Come and see the show. We're on at 12.
Final thought.
I'm so glad it's not as hot as yesterday.
Were you doing this yesterday? Or?
We were indeed. It was a sweaty mess.
Yeah. It was a carol.
It was amazing. Where's the accents? Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from Maine in the United States, where Stephen King is from.
That's I don't know. That's the best part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And where are you from?
I'm from London and Italy. Yeah.
Okay. Whereabouts in London?
Currently Brixton.
Brixton. Okay.
I'm from New York City, baby.
Wow. How does London compare to New York? Do they have pop-up talk shows in New York?
Yeah.
Can't
Not
believe
like this, not like this, not like this.
Okay.
And I've never walked up to any of them, so yeah.
This is your first time. Now I don't know, because like different performers, sometimes you can say, you know about this because you're a performer as well. Because you don't say good luck, do you? You say, do you?
Do Italian.
Oh yeah, you can say in bocca al lupo. In bocca al lupo.
I think I know what that means, but I'm not going to translate it. In bocca lupa. In bocca lupa, and we'll leave you to it. In bocca lupa with the show. If you've got some time in between shows and you want to unwind, maybe you don't want to come here, but maybe you do, or after, just come. We're here all day. We're going to be here until the sun goes down. Not quite, but almost. It will feel like that. But yes, very excited to have Jellyfish Theatre here. Are there other CMs and MDs and other people in this?
There are. There's another CM waiting for us back at the wagon, and there is
An angry D.
Yeah.
And an angry D.
Okay. Can we help with the angry D? Can we help with the anger issues with the D?
Yeah, you can let us leave.
All right. Okay. Whoa, angry D. So I was going too loud because I'm trying to go to angry D, but what? Angry D, if you can hear us, it's my fault. Blame me. Don't blame the cast. Blame me. Break a leg with the show. Yes, 12 o'clock. There's gonna. Say that again.
I don't know exactly what the show is going to be, but I was just saying to Monica.
Something to do with the caravan.
Yeah, these people will be doing a show, and everybody is welcome, and it's going to be like a storytelling. But I don't know where the caravan is parked. Is it literally behind this building? Okay.
There's a green along the road on the left. It's a bit further behind. The next bit of green, hidden in the trees, is a caravan. When a dragon and a dragon.
A dragon.
Multiple dragons.
Multiple dragons.
There's multiple dragons.
Okay. Are they a family of dragons? Is it a big family?
No, they don't know each other. I don't know if they know each other.
related?
Are the dragons related? We need to find this out.
Well, that's all about. I think they call that backstory, don't they? Okay, where are we going to go with this conversation? We found out about dragons. We found out about caravans. It seems nice, but also the people from all around the world coming to Roehampton to perform.
Yeah, I'm just intrigued. Does anybody know the story of this statue over there? Is it a bull or is it a bison?
Okay.
I read it as I walked past earlier. So it's I forget the name who's put it there. It just reminded me of the bull in the bull ring in Birmingham. It's very similar. Yeah, it's very similar. Might have been commissioned by the same person, but it's been there since the 60s. I want to say, so it's been for quite some time. But yeah, my memory fails me, so you have to go and have a little look. It's got a little plaque there.
Public art at large. Should there be more of it? Is this a good example?
I do feel it's a good example. It's not in your face, it's subtle. I like how it's quite mysterious in the shade. I suppose it doesn't get sun damage, but you know, they said he liked it because it's strong. It's a strong stature, and you know, you've got the tail sticking up the end and the horns pointing forward. It is designed very similar to the bull in Birmingham Station.
Birmingham bull.
And that one has a hoop. It has a hoop through its nose. So that's what drew me to it. But I spotted it, you know, just like in the shade. It's like, oh wow, look at that. No, it's not. So yeah. But maybe it represents Roehampton, the estate, and you know.
Is there a connection with bulls? We've got a connection with bulls here on Talkaoke. Yeah. Well, we deal in the substance that bulls can create sometimes. But anyway, we're talking about
Yes. Anyway, leave that to your imagination. I only just got it, but no, but this bull seems a little bit fluffy to me. That's why I thought it's a bison, because or like one of those Scottish cows, you know, they. Yeah, the fluffy ones. They're just so cute. But where I'm from in Poland, we've got a big population of bison, and they're ever so cute. But they're huge. And the thing about those, there was loads of them. But then I think the Russian czars, they used to just come over and just like shoot them for fun. That's before social media, so obviously outlets were limited. For having fun, so there's not many left, but that's definitely something of that area. Something, you know, they're bringing the bisons back, and it's funny because there used to be loads of it. Now there's none, but we don't have a statue, I don't think. No. Just trying to repopulate the real thing.
Are there any sort of iconic bits of public art in Poland that you can think of?
Public art. I really liked. Well, in my hometown, not really. There's a lot of statues of like famous historical figures, which, by the way, are important. Like, I don't have a problem with that, but they're not exactly capturing my imagination. But what did capture my imagination when I was in Vilnius? That's Eastern Europe. That's okay still to mention. I don't know what the rules are.
There's no ban on mentioning anything from any country.
No, but there was like a portal in the middle of a square. It was a round portal, and you could see.
A portal.
It was like a screen.
You mean like one of those plastic?
No, portal.
Plastic square boxes.
No, well, they were there too because there's a construction site nearby, so that was frequented by people. No, it was like a round. Come and join us. This is a pop-up talk show talking about portals. Apparently, come on in. Yeah, he's going. Just be careful. We're watching both sides. Don't worry.
We have got Margot, we've got Monica, we've got Chris, we've got Martine, we've got Lucy, we've got Kath, we've got me, Mikey, and tell us your name.
Ivan, I-V-A-N.
Ivan, come and sit down, come on, yes. Don't worry, you can stay for as long as little time as you want to. Are you local to here?
Yes, I'm local.
What do you think of this ball? The statue there?
Take the mic.
It's okay.
Yeah?
I think it's okay. Yeah.
Where can I ask where you're from?
I'm from Bulgaria, East European.
Do they have lots of statues in Bulgaria?
I'm planning to go next week. Yeah. I'm student here.
What are you studying?
Business and tourism.
Okay. And you're gonna put that...
Business and tourism and management. She's my partner. She's from Philippines.
Hello.
Come on, man. She's ashamed.
Okay, and has anyone here been to Bulgaria?
I'm going in October.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait. Oh, I've just heard so many lovely things. I've heard amazing things about the coastline, how beautiful the beaches are. I'm really interested in the culture there. Apparently you have amazing food. So food, beach, what more could you want?
Everything.
Everything. Have you got any recommendations from Bulgaria?
Velengrad, Varna, the seaside, Sunny Beach.
Yeah. Do you like the seaside more or the city or the mountains?
The mountains, we have ski. In the world, yeah. We have ski, yeah.
Are you a skier?
Never.
And when you've studied the tourism and business, are you gonna put that into practice in Bulgaria, in the Philippines, or somewhere else in the world?
I don't know. I'm confusing. Just I hope that year I graduate in September. I'll get my diploma and I can see.
Okay. I think we don't know anything about you, but I think Martine, you're convinced that Ivan's going to graduate.
Absolutely. You know, he's made his way over. You know, he's motivated. You know, you're approachable. You already got the ideas. You know, so you're ticking all the boxes. Yeah, go for it. You're promoting Bulgaria. You're proud. So you've got the pride of it.
You know why? Because the first computer was created from Bulgaria. Jonathan Asov immigrated in USA. His name Dimitar Atanasov. He created the first computer in the world.
That's such a good fact. Really good fact.
Okay.
I've got some facts.
Okay. Here's with some facts. I feel like come and join us.
About the bull. About the bull. I've got all the history on the bull. Hold on, I can't see. But the bull is a Grade 2 listed sculpture by artist Robert Clatworthy, commissioned as part of the London County Council's post-war patronage of the art scheme. The sculpture was first created in 1953 as a plaster model exhibited at Holland Park before being cast in bronze and installed in its current location in June 1961.
Wow. So
there you go.
A long time. Yeah. Wow. I mean, were all the buildings here then? Come and join us if you want to. This is Talkaoke pop-up talk show. We've just got a whole bunch of people talking about stuff. We've got people from all around. Yes, come and join us.
Take the next one.
Yeah, take the next bus. Yeah, okay. Look, they're all queuing up. Anyway,
No, but you know something? I was just wondering about the public art because, in a way, okay, this is being controversial now, but this bull actually exists in real life. It's not like he's making up the bull. He's just making the artist made the actual shape of the animal that already exists. But I quite like sculptures of things that don't exist. So you really have to, like, I don't know, like abstract sculptures or, you know, stuff that's dragon, yeah.
early on, yeah.
You know, something like that.
Yeah.
Because that one over there is just, it's just imitating life. But I want to see something abstract.
You want to see art imitating the imagination, not imitating just life. Okay.
I'm going in church.
Do they have dragons in
I'm going
in Bulgaria?
in the church because I'm Christian.
Oh, okay.
I'm going in the church.
Okay, we give you.
God bless us.
Good luck with your graduation.
Okay. So many questions. So a big one from Margot. What should art actually do? Should it be imitating nature or just giving us things that?
Yeah, it's just giving you whatever. There's no rule with art.
No rules,
No, you can't ask a question like that because that's the beauty of it. You know, it's broad, it's open.
I mean, what kind of things do you like to do in your creative practice?
Probably give me a chance to plug the group. So with my theatre group Gare du Nord, we just recently performed in Battersea Reference Library, and it's celebrating 200 years of the railway.
How many?
200 years.
Wow.
So,
that's about nothing.
so Jeff Baker, who's written the script, and it's
200 years. I'm
200
still getting over
years.
it, sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. 200 years of railway. So using art, using comedy, using education, using history. In fact, using the art of play. You know, comedy. Like I've already said once already, to bring out the history and make it be understood. You know, not just to one type of audience, but to all. The kids loved it when they came to. They absolutely loved it because it made a tribute to Thomas the Tank Engine.
Okay.
Yeah, see, everybody knows loves Thomas. So, and that's art in itself. You know, children's art, animation, and so there's no rule with art. I think that's what it is. It's too.
It's whatever you can train your mind to.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so 200 years of railways, railway arts. Yes.
But you know what I like about it is like it's playful, is what you're saying. You know, it's a big piece of history, and it could be a bit, it could be a bit dry, but you made it non-dry, and that's what kind of brings people in. Someone I know recently went to Madame Tussauds. I've never been, but apparently in the British section, I think I mentioned that before on Talkaoke, but I just can't go over that. There's like a British history section or something like that. Okay. So they've got like David Attenborough, they've got some like historical figures, and then they've got the vegan sausage roll from Greg's in Madame Tussauds, and I thought, come on, that's good. I like that. It's not what you expect.
Okay.
And people take photos. That's probably like the most better than Harry Styles probably.
Is it a wax one? I suppose
it's
you
a wax
really know
one.
The difference, really, would you?
Well, I don't know. Yeah.
On that topic, what do we think about the Greg's vegan sausage roll? Of course.
I mean, has anyone here today eaten any vegan sausage rolls?
Not today.
No, I say that because I've actually just had 2 this morning. But from Greg's up the road, yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
2?
2, yeah.
What, did you feel one wasn't enough?
The thing is, they do this thing where if you buy 3, you get an extra one for free.
So you've actually got 3. So have you got one left in your bag?
Well, Margot's got 2. You can have one if you want.
But is it specific with the vegan sausage rolls? Is it only with the vegan sausage rolls? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, that they're doing the offer for.
No, you can get it with the normal sausage rolls as well, but I don't think you can combine them. You've either got to go meaty or vegan. You can't. You've got to choose your sides. I don't know if that's right or not. Yeah.
You know what? I find that question being very provocative. What you really think of a vegan sausage roll, because I obviously am sold on the principle, and I appreciate the hype because it's a bit of a underdog of the kind of culinary world out there. But the flavour, I've had better vegan sausage rolls actually.
Well, you think different outlets do better?
Yeah, there was like some random place up north. They had their own brand. I was like, oh, this is actually well spiced. Whereas vegan sausage roll by Greg's, not my favourite.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Does it make it healthy? There's always the assumption if it's vegan, is it healthy?
Is it healthy?
Well, they did an analysis. Oh, sorry. They did an analysis, didn't they, of all the different sort of vegan like alternative things, and some fare better than others, don't they? Yeah. I can't remember what the results were.
The vegan sausage, the Greg's
Oh
vegan
no, I don't know
well?
if they did.
What kind of things did they analyse?
They analysed veggie sausages in general. Yeah.
Are they healthy or are they?
Some are and some aren't. Some like you might as well not have them, but some were really good. You know.
What are the sort of recommended?
I think the ones with sort of vegetables in
are
quite
vegetables,
good. Yeah, be quite good. And then things with like soy, but then some would sort of like almost more processed than processed food is.
Right,
so you got to be discerning apparently in your vegan sausage roll choices.
Have we got any discerning vegans around the table or non-vegans? Are you a vegan? Are you a vegan, Monica?
What's that?
It's like a vegetarian. But somebody doesn't even eat.
Oh yeah, veggie. I don't eat. I don't eat hot dinners.
You don't eat hot dinners?
Bread and jam I like.
Bread and jam, really?
7 days a week I have it.
Do you have it with butter as well? Do you have it with butter?
Oh, margarine.
Margarine. So that is a vegan diet. Yeah. That is a vegan diet. Yeah.
Is there gelatine in the jam?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, gelatine might be in the jam, something like that. Yeah, but like simple. Yeah. What's your favourite kind of jam?
Plain.
What's
your favourite jam?
What's your favourite jam?
The black one.
Blackcurrant.
Blackcurrant.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Yeah.
It's tangy.
It definitely is. Yes. Okay.
That's comfort food. That is totally relates to
Martina,
that.
you're
Yes.
a vegan or vegetarian?
Or depends on the day. I can have
Yeah.
some days, yeah. So it
Yeah.
does, and without thinking about it, and
That makes you more of a flexitarian, I
yeah,
suppose.
there
doesn't
we
it?
go.
Yeah,
That's new to me. That term. Yeah, flexitarian is exactly what I
Flexitarian.
am. I've
Yeah.
tried it and it doesn't work. I can feel the difference. So
Yeah.
unfortunately, I do need dairy,
Right. Okay.
meat, dairy, animal dairy. Yeah.
Chris, vegan, vegetarian?
No,
flexitarian?
meat eater.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carnivore.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What about on this side?
Proper carnivore.
You're a carnivore.
Hardcore.
Okay, but so how come you're reading about all the different veggie sausages?
I was really into veggie sausage sandwiches for a while.
Okay.
Yeah, I was like a critic.
Okay.
She was vegan curious.
Vegan curious. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you vegan curious, Chris?
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You're just generally curious, I feel.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
No, but Monica said an interesting thing.
Yeah.
Can I tell them? So you say about the dinners that you didn't get any dinners.
Hey?
That you didn't get any dinners because the dad had.
Oh no, we didn't get dinners. There were too many of us.
What, with 18? There were too
18.
many to feed.
Yeah. So only my dad had an hot dinner.
So what were you eating as a child?
Bread with some jam on it, if we were lucky.
Okay, so if you were lucky, did you get blackcurrant jam back in those days?
If we were lucky, yeah. 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 Hey?
Did you get food at school?
No.
Dinners at school?
No.
No?
No.
Wow.
Not in them days.
Yeah.
No. So,
So now everyone's trying to replicate that diet now, aren't they? With this fasting. So you were forcibly fasting because there was scarcity of food. Now people are choosing to fast because we're eating too much food.
Have you ever chosen to fast?
I've tried fasting, yeah. I like doing that 16-8. So you have a window of 8 hours where you eat and then 16 hours where you're fasting. That works quite well for me. But I've not done the extreme fasting. That's too far for me.
Okay.
Well,
Come and join us. Have you ever tried fasting? Have you tried it though? Oh, we're here all afternoon, so anytime. We're, at the moment we're talking about fasting. Anyone? Yeah. Have you tried fasting?
Oh no, I'm not. I need to eat. I need to eat. Yeah.
Anyone here? And else here needs to eat fasting?
My friend did the 5. She does the 5-2. You know where you have
16-8 and 5-2.
5-2 is you have 5 days a week where you eat normally and 2 days a week where you only have 500 calories.
Wow.
No,
Okay. And how is that?
this really works really well for her.
Do you know about fasting,
hey?
Monica?
Fasting, no.
No? Do you do fasting?
Yeah, you know what? I started doing this. What did you say? 16-8.
16-8, yeah.
Yeah, I tried to do it, but today's a gig day, so I broke my fast earlier. But yeah, I think it's good. I think my stomach is, don't tell anyone, but I feel like my stomach is resting a bit, just having a bit of a rest. Because it's true, there's so much choice.
Yeah.
I quite like this idea of like children don't get any food or very little food because they're not working physically.
I mean,
Sounds fair enough.
it's not just your stomach; it's your gut.
Yeah.
It's the gut.
I mean, are we kind of like overloaded, awash with too much food and too many things?
Absolutely, we're eating too much. We're eating too much, and but food's great. I love food. It tastes nice. We've done so well. We've evolved into making an art, the art of cooking. Yeah. So, but yeah, I fast occasionally. It's one of those things. It's like sometimes you don't realise it. It's like mums will fast. Exactly. So yeah.
Too busy.
Yeah, exactly. But it's good healing for the body. The body makes new cells. If you can fast for longer periods of time, I think it's 22 hours. Wow. And you're fasting during the night. That's why you break your fast in the morning.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah, that's all
That's
that.
why it's called breakfast.
Yeah, that's right. It's called breakfast.
Or these. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that kind of annoys me is like in all the kind of papers you get all the like the top 10 foods you have to eat to live longer and healthy and all that, but it's like every article always seems to be different, and it's like the advice about what to eat I think is not great out there. But
I think what happens is everyone just finds a list that's got their favourite food on it.
yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Have you got favourite foods?
It's like a meat and 2 veg man.
Favorite food, pizza.
Have you ever found any article saying pizza?
Sadly not. No.
At least we know
No.
that pizza,
Yes. Yeah.
Pizza. We know that pizza's it's on the no list. So we know.
It should be on that Mediterranean diet, shouldn't it? But it's not.
Okay, so in a way we've got an inkling of what foods are healthy and what are unhealthy. Come and join us. 2 minutes, yes. We've got Kath, we've got Lucy, we've got Martine, we've got Chris, we've got Monica, we've got Margot, we've got me, Mikey, and just come and join us. We're talking about what food. These 2 people are going to come and join us. Yes, we're talking about what foods are what's your favourite healthy food? Do you like pizza? No. I think we tried too hard probably there anyway. You know, yeah.
We should be asking them what they feel is healthy.
Yeah.
In terms of for cyclists.
Powering up the hill like that, aren't they?
Anything. Cyclists. Is that correct? And gels. Ugh, those gels.
You're a cyclist. Do cyclists just eat
I'm not one of the sort of the lycra brigade in Richmond Pub, but I suppose so I had my sort of health check, the NHS health check, because you hit 40 and they kind of put you in, and I think that the main thing came out was trying to do more of the non-processed food as the advice, but yeah.
Is that what your doctor told you?
Yeah, well, I don't think she was a nurse doing the check, but yeah.
Everything else was fine?
Yeah. So I mean, they send the blood test off, and then it's like you kind of like creates more anxiety because then you're waiting for that to come back, and it's like I could have done without that, but yeah.
Okay, so there was a moment where you were kind of in limbo. Yeah, exactly. So the anxiety of being there sends the blood pressure up. Sure, probably wasn't a great reading, but I mean, it was interesting. So they kind of said you get the invite through and you go along, but I suppose it's useful to do, and that was probably the main message, was they're trying to do more of the sort of the non-processed stuff. But Do you eat too much processed foods?
seemingly so, yeah.
Have you got a particular processed food apart from pizza? Is pizza a processed food?
Yeah. I think, and that you could probably get sort of healthy versions of it, but we've tried to do more of the sort of the batch cooking, so cooking like stews, and then you spread out over the week, and then but a lot of the stuff is processed, isn't it? Yeah.
So more stews.
Yeah, and ham and bread and jam, and it seems to be the secret for living to 90. So, yes.
I kind of wonder whether the processed food conversation, whether that's relevant to the art conversation, because if what is better for us as humans, like simple art or heavily processed, very kind of intellectual art?
Equivalent to processed food. We're going to park that question for a second, unless you want to use your final thought as the way of answering this.
What's my final? What, processed foods?
Well, I mean, if you want to do it, but just give us a final thought, whatever you're thinking. The final thought is more like, whatever you, any particular comments that have stuck with you while you've been here on Talkaoke?
I really fancy some toast and jam now.
Now you know it.
Now that I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Any particular favourite jam? What's your jam?
Strawberry. I go strawberry. Yeah. Sometimes raspberry. Go strawberry. Or apricot. Strawberry and apricot are my 2 favourites, but it's got to be really runny.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at least we know your jam now. Thank you.
I've got to go.
Okay. Well, as I said, we're here.
So Kath, I love your dress. I love there's a zip. I love it. Very good.
And it's quite a good dress for eating jam as well, because nothing's ever gonna. Yeah. Yes. So we're talking. There's a very good question from Margot. Is there like an art equivalent of processed food, and what would it be? What is too processed art? Is there such a thing, or is it just? Go on.
Maybe like those kind of mass-produced prints that you get that kind of become trendy, and then everybody has the same print in their houses. It's sort of like making it easier for you. Like, here's something stylish. Use this in your house. Is that over-processed art? Do you like it because you like it, or do you like it because it's cool and everybody else has got it?
Yeah, I guess, like you're saying, if it's been pushed and everyone must have one in their household, then yeah, I think it's processed. Definitely, that's mass production, isn't it? So,
Have you got an equivalent of processed
God,
art?
no, it's such a good question. No. I'm trying to think. I'm just too open to it all. I'm like,
Yeah,
you know,
like just like everything.
yeah. Well, within reason, but
Earlier on we
I
were
like
saying
processed
how-
food.
We were saying how we have too much food these days. Have we got too much art as well? With too many cultural things, are we kind of like overloaded with art products? That we've got, we've got some jellyfish theatre down there. We've got Talkaoke here.
Yeah, but life is art. Everything, you know, life is art. That's what is. So it's just you just can't ask that question. That's it. I'm the advocate for art. You know.
Okay, so you think you just can't have too much art? Okay. And yeah.
I was kind of thinking it's interesting what you're saying about these prints that everybody has, and suddenly that's a trend. And Instagram is very good at what's the word? Proliferating. Thank you. Some multiple syllables. Some kind of like art trends, like in jewelry or whatever. Or there was like this. Come on in. I love.
Just 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Good colours. It's a good colour for the summer.
2 minutes. Yes. 2 minutes. Yes. We've got Margot. We've got Monica. We've got Chris. We've got Martine. We've got Lucy. We've got me, Mikey. And tell us your name when you get a bit closer. What's that?
Sterling Henry,
Sterling Henry.
and I'm 91 years old.
Wow. What is the secret? What's the secret?
They're all living here.
Yeah. Yes.
You're going here.
Sit down, where do I sit down?
Wherever you want.
Come on, have a sit. We were talking about foods because Monica here.
About what?
Foods.
Booze.
Foods.
Food.
Yes.
Ah,
Because Monica here is just a youngster.
I know Monica for a
yeah.
very long time. I
Yeah.
know him from the time I've been in this.
Yeah. But Monica, her kind of main food to eat is bread and jam. And margarine. What is your favourite food? What's the secret for
I suffer with diabetes, so
Yeah.
I have to have all things diabetic. So
Oh, right.
yeah, it's
so-
all brown. Everything brown bread, no sugar,
Yeah, okay.
no drinks.
Yeah.
Even now, I think they're going to put me on sugar-free drinks as well. You know, the
Oh,
sugar
no.
because it's still sweet.
Right. Yeah.
So when I see the doctor next week on Wednesday, they will advise me whether I should get off the sugar-free drinks as well.
What are you going to drink? Water.
Water, Adam's Ale.
Yeah.
Still be drinking the best drink in the world, Adam's Ale.
Adam's Ale is the best drink in the world. Okay. Okay.
I've never tried an Adam's ale.
Adam's Ale now for,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't drink since they had my aorta valve replaced
Yeah.
in 2010.
Yeah.
I gave up drinking completely because I don't like red wine.
Right. I
They
see.
said that's the only thing I could drink is red wine, a cup of, a glass a day.
Wow. Okay.
I just couldn't. Because when I drink red wine, I used to blush.
Yeah.
My face used to get red,
Yeah.
so that meant giving up drink. And in 1982,
Mm.
I thank Margaret Thatcher for it. That's the only thing I thank her
Yeah.
for. Because she made life hell for everybody, actually.
So hang on a second. So what happened in
And
1982?
then that's the time I gave up smoking.
Oh, okay.
Because she raised, that's the first time the tax for cigarettes went up from 1, 2, 3p.
Do you think that's what?
Budget day it went up to 10p. She raised it by 10 pence.
Is that why you think you live so
I
long?
gave up cigarette. Maybe, I don't
Yeah.
know. There's only one man can answer that. That's the man above. I just
Yeah.
live according to.
Yeah.
I've not been a saint, put it that way. I used to drink very heavily.
Yeah.
I used to smoke very
Yeah.
heavily.
Where are you from?
I'm from India, but I came here from Pakistan.
Okay. Yeah.
Because when my mother was a midwife, she worked for the Red Cross. She was in India when India was India, and she was posted in Karachi, which was Pakistan now, but at that time it was India. And then when partition took place, she was she's still working for the Red Cross in Karachi. So they gave her the option whether she wanted to go back to India or stay in Pakistan. So they decided to stay in Karachi. At that time it was in Pakistan.
Yeah.
She just wanted to decide whether she wanted to stay or whether they would have to take her back to India.
Yeah.
But she decided to stay. Being Christians, it made no difference to us.
Yeah.
You know, whether we were in India or in Pakistan, it made no difference.
Right. Okay. Were you alive then when partition happened?
What?
When partition happened, were you alive?
I'm alive today, so I'm.
Yeah. So, but I mean, were you there at the time?
Yeah,
when
yeah,
things-
yeah. I was with
Can
my
you
mother.
remember
I was
what it
born
was
in
like?
1947, 34 to 47, what, 13 years?
Yeah.
I was 13 years old.
And what was the feeling back then when?
To us, nothing. It was natural, no? That's a question a Muslim or a Hindu can, a Muslim can answer that much better because it affected them. And the Indians, because all the Hindus, which were the Bharat side, they all had to leave Pakistan and go into, we're now called Pakistan, go into India, which is the Hindu state, you know, so. Otherwise,
Hang on a sec, Martin, because we've got a new.
Tooting. In a minute, to tell them.
Okay, we want to ask about tooting. Anyway, we have got Margot, we have got Monica, we've got Chris, we've got Martine. What's your name again?
Sterling.
We've got Lucy. Tell us your name.
Henny.
And I'm Mikey. I'm just gonna. I turned it up a bit too loud, I think. And yeah, we're talking about a few various different things. What is the best food to eat to live a long time? We've got quite a high average age on this table now. We've got two people in their 90s. One says Adam's Ale is a secret, and the other one says Monica has bread and jam most days. Give us a final thought before you go.
Well, it's nice. It's lovely when you meet. At least I don't talk too much because I live on my own. So this will remain in my memory for a long time now. So I'm happy about it. I'm very happy.
And can I just ask you one last question? Because you're talking about this historic time in India. Do people remember this? Do they know about this?
Oh yes, of course. Especially the Anglo-Indians, because that's what I am, an Anglo-Indian. Because that was a time when all of us Anglo-Indians started running away from there, especially from Pakistan side, because the Muslims, I'm not against the Muslims because one of my sisters married a Muslim, but they made us, they forced us to change our lives, you see. They brought the burqa into being. They wanted our children to dress up in salwar kameez, you know, because my daughter, when she used to go to school, we used to wear a school uniform, which was a skirt and a blouse at school. But they forced us to, everybody to wear salwars, you know, to cover their legs up. That's the Muslim tradition. And they started making things, and then, it's their constitution according to their Islamic law, and we didn't approve of it. So when I used to work for the British High Commission there, so I was there for about 4 years. So when I had a chance coming here, I took the opportunity and I came here. You know, to better go to a Christian country, it didn't make a difference. And if I was there, I had every chance. I could have gone to Canada, I could have gone to Australia because my brother went to Australia.
Are you happy with coming to?
Well, the life is better here than it's there. No, at least here we are guaranteed. Now, of course, I'm 90, so I get state help, etc., etc. Children get their education. All the children are educated, no matter what color, creed, you're educated. So that's from that side of point of view, this is a good country. You know, every human you're forced. But over there, if you can't, you don't have the money, you can't send your child to school, so your children go. And over there, you have to pay for your education. Over here, you don't. That's why you find all the Indians and the Pakistanis that come from there are all doctors, and just because their mothers can afford it and send them to colleges, etc., so they become doctors and nurses. Anyway.
Thank you. I'm going to hit you with a round of applause. Thank you. Yes, and thank you for that. Yeah, there's a lot of history there. Okay, give us a final thought before you go.
I've learned a lot about the history of India and Pakistan and first-hand experience, which I don't think I've ever heard, sort of first-hand experience like that, which was really eye-opening and really lovely to meet people who are in their 90s and still going strong and being sociable and going about their lives.
The secret is bread and jam and Adam's ale.
Adam's ale.
Was it Abbott's?
Adams.
Yeah, okay.
I wouldn't don't like publish that advice. Right. Oh, I've got some young people.
Are you up as well, Henny?
Yeah,
Give us a final thought.
Oh, I've just got here, but
Feeling so far?
hot. I've just cycled here.
To Roehampton.
Well, I'm working here today. Come to see the family show. But this is an area of London that I don't know very well, and I'm really enjoying getting to know it. I cycle everywhere in London, so I feel like my geography of London has expanded a lot since coming to Roehampton. Near Elephant and Castle.
Wow, that is a big...
Yeah, it was very nice. I went the long way along the river so I could get the breeze.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really nice. I really love cycling down here, actually. It's a very scenic route.
You need to tank up on some carbohydrates now.
I need some water, and I'm going to go and watch the children's family show, so that's perfect. Yeah.
Okay, we'll be here. We'll be here.
Going to see the show? No, I'm going.
Okay, Martin. Thanks so much.
Thank you for just being here and being a presence. Yes, thank you very much. I just my final thought is it's a big massive thank you to the railway family for getting us all together to celebrate the history of the railway, because we take it for granted. We use transport, we use the services, and there'll be people like Sterling who probably has a lot to say about the railway and how it would have obviously transitioned from the UK over to India, and the importance of transporting sales and goods, and you see it now with all these freight trains. So I've always kind of liked taking the tube, building my immunity, but now understanding about the railway, and everything else. So just thanking my team for doing that. They're amazing. So
can I just ask you, as an artist, I mean, do you prefer to do the shows kind of based on your ideas, or do you prefer to respond to a creative brief? Like, I don't know, maybe you are an artist who always does kind of, I don't know, modes of transport as a theme, but maybe that was just a brief that you were replying to, because I just wondered, like, as an artist,
Have you got a particular sort of theme that you like?
because I'm just thinking about it. Like, of course, there are themes that I'm interested in as an artist, but what I sometimes like as a creative challenge is be given something that I don't think about, like the trains, for example, but then just use my creativity to respond to it, to like really investigate it, because in that process, I'm finding out more, I'm understanding the world more, and you can then tell the story to other people in a way that they understand. There's so much about this world that we just, But some artists, they're just like, no, I'm just going to do my vision, my thing. I'm going to be making art about myself or whatever, my experiences. So I just wonder, do you prefer one or the other?
So as an individual, I have my own ideas. There's loads, heaps. But what's really nice is coming together as a group. If someone's got an idea like the railway, like trains, and this is the second production that I've done with Gardiner. The first one was called The Suitcase Begging the Wind, and that was performed in Stockport Railway Station. So the theme is the railway, but you can just take that and you can build a story within the story. Do you see what I mean? And so I might bring a little bit of my ideas into it. Yeah, exactly. Art, see? Just just take whatever you want. There's no rules. You either love it or you hate it, like Marmite.
I've got a feeling you're more of a lover than a hater.
Definitely. I have appreciation. It's not everything's not always going to be my cup of tea, but that's fine. I understand the effort that's gone into it. I understand that the whole, how it's all been like streamlined, the journey. So yeah. So thank you so much. Come and please, gentlemen, come and have a chat. Please, please, come. We want to hear about it. Please, 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 please. Come on. Let's hear about it. Come on, especially with the hat. Come on. 10 minutes. We know those 10 minutes. That's going to be half an hour. I know this culture.
We're here all evening, so all afternoon, all evening. But yes.
No, but that's cool. I mean, I know you're leaving, but what are you? Are there any ideas that you're working on now after this show, or what is the kind of what's next for you for your creative practice? I'm interested in your ideas. That you've got heaps of.
Yes. So.
Can you tell us a few, or do you want to just keep it like locked up until you actually do them?
Kind of. I mean, it's one of those where I always think if I mentioned it, I'd be jinxing myself. But it's good to put it out there into the universe, isn't it? And start planting seeds. I've got the thing, as you know, as an artist, so many ideas come to your head, and then another idea comes in. So and then you forget about the first one. So, exactly. And then you've got all these notes here, there, and everywhere. So I'm just focusing at the moment with just touring with the theatre group Gardiner. So because it's so important, like as you were saying, 200 years of the railway, big deal. It's a big deal, and it's just reminding people. I mean, I've got loads of ideas, but let's just hear because Stoke-on-Trent. We performed in Stoke-on-Trent in the station, and that's it's a main town. It's a beautiful station. Pretty much all the stations. I have been to Stafford. I have, but Stoke-on-Trent, but. What's your stories about travelling on the railway, the trains? What's your stories about travelling on the trains as a child?
When's the first time you went on a train?
Oh God. When I grown up. Yeah, because there was 18, my mum and dad had 18 of us, so we were poverty stricken. Yeah, so.
Did you ever go on a train?
No, until I come here.
So that was the first time you came on a train?
Yeah, when I come.
Why did you move from Stafford to London?
Because my sister-in-law married one of my brothers, because I had 12 brothers. And so then she lived in Shepherd's Bush.
Right.
Yeah. And she said, come down, I went, but her mother wouldn't let me in.
She wouldn't let you in?
Her mother wouldn't let me in. Her mother.
Oh, okay.
Jan's mum wouldn't let me in.
So what did you do?
Well, there was a coloured lady, and it was raining, and she said, "Oh, you're getting soaking wet." But she said, "Where do you live?" And I said, "In Stafford, near Stoke-on-Trent." And she said, "What you doing down here?" I said, "I come with my friend, but her mum won't let me come in." So she took me in.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've been here ever since?
Yeah.
Wow, that's an incredible story. And what year was that, can I ask?
Oh, bloody hell, a long time ago. I can't remember. Long time ago now.
How old were you, roughly?
In my 30s.
You're in your 30s?
Well, I'm 90 now, so.
Okay, so about 60 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder if that would happen now, like if you saw somebody like a young girl just soaking wet on the outside. Sounds like a fairy tale, doesn't it? Yeah. Kind of, and then would you let her in? Would you take care of her? Hey, how's it going? Come on in. Is there are people nice to each other like this these days? Yeah, I think, yeah.
I am.
you would do it.
Oh yeah.
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 Okay. But again, I don't know. Would you do that, Chris? If you just saw like a woman getting wet on the street that was stuck outside, would you bring them in?
No, I'd be worried, but yeah, you'd be thinking, and women's safety and all of that. You'd be thinking,
yeah. I mean, I think I don't know. I'd like to say yes, I would do it, but I think I might be a little bit wary as well.
Yeah,
these days.
yeah.
Are we more cautious these days?
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
it's a lovely story.
yeah,
Did you
yeah.
hear it?
I came in towards the end of that. What was, what was it?
When Monica first came to London, which was about 60 years ago, she came because her sister-in-law was from Shepherd's Bush. She came down with her, but then her sister-in-law's mum wouldn't let her into the house.
Oh no.
So she was stuck outside. Yeah. Come and join us. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yes. That, you don't need to. We don't live here either. But we're here today. Anyway, that's an incredible story. And I guess you've gone from strength to strength in the 60 years since then. But it's funny how you kind of come to a place and and you've got
because my mum and my dad I had 12 brothers and there were 6 girls. 18, 20 with my mum and dad.
Were you still, when you were in Stafford and you coming to London, were you still living at home?
When
you came to London?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're living with the big family as well.
Oh yeah.
Come and join us. This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talks. Yeah, 2 minutes, yes.
Are you sisters?
We've got, come and join us. Come and join us. 2 minutes, yes. You're matching our flag as well. It was meant to be. Anyway.
But yeah. I mean, I don't know, like but it's a brave thing to do, because obviously you come from a big family, Monica, so you in a way had to go and make your own life, right? And I wonder whether these days we are just risk averse. People don't want to. Although we had a guy from Bulgaria, right? And he came all the way from Bulgaria to study here, but he didn't come without. Hopefully, well, he came to university, so hopefully he didn't come without knowing anyone. But I wonder how easy it is to make friends in a new place. How easy it is to kind of, build a community if you're coming completely from the outside. Oh, I love your tattoo as well, Monica.
Big families that make better friends. They talk more. I think so anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
This is Talkaoke. Come on the way back. Come and join us. What's that? Okay, yeah. We'll see you in a bit. Okay, yes.
No, maybe it's true. If you've got a big family, then talking is just part of what you do. Kind of keep yourself amused by talking. My dad's family, I mean, I know not as big as your family, obviously, but, whenever we went to visit his brothers and their kids and stuff, there's always, you just chat all the time. And if it was just me and my sister didn't like me, so she didn't like talking to me, it didn't really do much chatting,
I've never ever known my mum to go out the gate. Never. No. Too busy though. Yeah.
Why didn't your sister like you?
You missed that bit. No, because I think, well, for starters, we are different personalities, but also I think maybe because she's older, my parents were maybe a bit stricter on her. And then when I popped out, they were like, it's fine. And I think, I don't know whether that's how I was brought up or whether that's just my personality, but I'm much more outgoing, I think.
Yeah.
And my sister's more of an introvert, so, and of course, it's 6 years difference between us, so when she wanted to be herself, she had to look after me, and she didn't like that. She wanted to be a cool teenager. Do you have brothers or sisters? What, my sister?
No, your mama.
Me and my sister, two.
Only 2 of you. Oh,
we're all just, I think it's more usual these days, isn't it? Just have like 1 or 2.
Yeah, but why? Our family's much smaller now. Like, I don't know.
Darling. Oi. Come in.
Come in, darling.
Come and talk to us. We're back on the. We're just hearing some. We've heard a lot of history actually so far today. We've heard about the history of the Indian partition in 1947. We had a guy that was kind of around at that time. Came to the UK. Because in a way, because of that, because being a Christian Indian, it didn't fit in either side. Yeah. Yeah, but we're hearing about the history of like how that change happened, and we're talking about coming to London. Monica came to London, sort of just at the invitation of her sister-in-law. That when she got to Shepherd's Bush, where her sister-in-law lived, the sister-in-law
Let me in.
They wouldn't let you in.
Yeah. And Mum wouldn't know. And it was chucking it down.
So that's
It's like a ferry.
That's Monica's arrival in London.
I wonder.
About 60 years ago. Yeah.
I wonder for next Fringe, should we make a show about your life? I mean, 90 years is not nothing, you know. It's really quite impressive, and times have changed as well. And I don't think people realise that. Maybe we can make a show about this man's life as well. Come and join us if you like. That's okay. You can see the bus from here. We'll stop it for you. Don't worry. Come on through. Come on through. The coast is clear. You can cross now safely.
Yeah, we want to know your story.
Yeah, what's your story? What brings you to
really interesting life stories.
Yeah.
Of people.
What number bus?
Come and join us. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We have got Margot. We've got Monica. We've got Chris. We've got Natalie. We've got Martine. Tell us your name.
I am Monir Ahmed. Monir Ahmed from Pakistan.
Monir.
Yes.
Come to 2 minutes. What number bus are you looking out for?
But I don't understand full English.
Okay, what language do you speak?
My English is weak. I am speaking in Urdu.
Oh, okay. Kaise ho?
ठीक हूँ, आप ठीक हैं?
That's all I can say. That's it. That's all I've got. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just say?
Shukriya. Yeah.
I want to big up this man's hair. He's got beautiful hair.
Yeah. Okay.
Just that's all I wanted to say.
This man or that man?
That man over
Not
there
my
who just.
hair.
No, of
No.
course your hair is beautiful.
Mm.
Yeah, brilliant, beautiful. Okay, I would like to take this opportunity and big up everybody's hair.
Yeah.
Big up hair.
Okay.
In everywhere.
Okay.
On every body part. Just to cover all
Yeah,
areas.
okay, thank you. Thanks for that. Okay. Yeah.
No, but it's true. I think hair is important, but yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Even the micro hair, even the nose hair, getting a shout out.
Okay. All right. So we're talking about like, could yeah, 2 minutes. Yes. Yes. Tell us what's your name? There's a lot of shy people around here. Anyway, we've got Margot, we have got Monica, we've got Chris, we've got Natalie, we've got Martine. That's okay. You're doing well here. I mean, what do you think about this idea of making a life story out of, turning Monica's story into a kind of, I don't know, what would it be? Into a book, into a play, do you think it's
a book first, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
a book first.
Yeah.
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 Get someone to ghostwrite it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is an interesting thing because maybe we could do like a story from train station to train station. We're following Monica's life, or like even from Shepherd's Bush to That's what I mean. That's why it's so great. It's an opportunity to kind of create ideas that weren't there before in your head.
I mean, a lot of big stories have got a train in them, haven't they? Because there's a train in this. This is the first time you went on a train as well to come to London. Yeah.
How old were you?
Hey?
How old were you when you came to London?
Oh, bloody hell, I don't know. I can't remember.
I think we did a bit of maths, and it was in the sort of 30s, like early 30s maybe, yeah. Yeah, but that was the first time Monica had been on a train. Because they didn't have much money back then. None. Yeah. Yeah.
How much? It would have been in shillings, wouldn't
How much was the train ticket? Can you remember?
No, it wasn't a lot, but it was a lot in them days,
Yeah.
you know.
Yes.
I think they were about £1.50, £2.
Right.
It wasn't a lot of money.
Yeah.
Like it was in them days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So that's the price of a hopper fare now, isn't it? Go there next to there's a poster over there. Yeah. A hopper fare.
Hopper fare. What's
Yeah,
that when it's out?
What's a hopper fare?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a hopper bus, isn't it? It's one of those like local buses that you hop on.
Yeah.
Yeah. A kind of, yeah, but more. This is more of a city bus. So a hopper bus, you get them in like the local villages.
Yeah.
Before.
Yeah.
Somebody before they you got on the bus and they used to have
it's a bit like that, yeah. It's like conversational bingo.
somebody coming round
Come and sit
to
down. I'll
take
tell
your
you.
money.
Yeah. Hang on a second,
they?
Monica. Sorry. So we've got Martin, we've got Natalie, we've got Chris. Come and sit down. 2 minutes. What's your name?
I'm alright. Sorry.
You're too underground. What is the word? What is the word on the street? What's the word on the underground? Oh, what on the? You're talking about the London Underground? Because we're talking about trains. Yeah. I guess all the underground trains come up around here because they don't need to be underground. Yeah. So what were you going to say?
No, I think this is it. Like, there's always. Oh, is this thing on? Hello. Yes. Hello. But the thing is that there's always like the underground of every story. There's like what you tell and what you don't tell. You know, there's the whole kind of like. I don't know. There's always like two sides of a story. It's like what you tell people and what you don't tell people. Yeah, exactly. So everybody's a bit of an underground operator, you know? We only say what we want to say on the mic. That's all.
All right. Well, I'm not going to ask you what you left unsaid because we just leave it unsaid. Come and join us. This is Talkaoke. Yes. 2 minutes. It's a pop-up talk show. We've got... we've got 2 minutes. 2 minutes, yeah. 2 minutes. Tell us your name. What's your name? Oh.
Good. Take care, everyone. I'm going to see you soon.
Okay. Give us the bus. Okay,
yeah.
so not time for a final thought then.
Final thought, it's not just about trains and railways. Buses too. Woohoo!
Okay. So the next series is going to be about buses. Yeah. Come and sit down. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Just tell it. What's your name?
Gemma Mitchell.
Gemma.
Yes.
Gemma, we've got Natalie, we've got Chris, we've got Monica, we've got Margot. I'm Mikey. Give us 2 minutes.
I have been living around here since 71.
Wow.
On Clarence Lane, yes. When I moved here, there was no road.
Yeah.
It was just dirt. Wow. And
tell us about it. Just 2 minutes. Tell us about it. What?
No, because I've got a bad knee. If I sit down...
Okay, right. All right, tell us, Natalie, maybe you could just like reach the mic up here.
Oh, all right.
Tell us about this... Tell us about the story about how did you come here?
How did I come here?
What was your first impression? You said there was
I ran away from my husband.
Wow. Yeah.
Good for you.
Good for you, yeah. Was it a good decision?
Yes.
Yes.
Because it was a nightmare marriage.
Yeah.
He was in the forces.
Right. Okay.
The RAF.
Yeah.
And men who are in the forces, army, navy, whatever, they're very strict. They're bullied into be disciplined.
Okay, and that got passed on to you.
And nearly all men in forces, they behave like that when they're married.
Yeah.
They can't either their marriage break up early because they can't settle, because they've had this bullying effect.
Right.
Or, when they're...
Yeah.
That's why I wouldn't encourage any young people to join the army. It sounds bad. Or the forces, no way.
Okay, so you were running away from that. You came here.
I didn't say anything to him. I bide my time.
Yeah.
Because if you have an aggressive person and a person whose moods swings, you have to be very careful what you say to them as a partner. And I was really skinny and fragile.
So you just snuck away one day?
No, I just planned it gradually.
Yeah.
And when he took off his RAF belt one day to try and hit me, and I thought, no dear, my father or my mother never hit me.
Yeah.
I grew up in Coventry. I was born in Trinidad.
Wow. Wow, there's so much here.
Yeah, my mother came back and got me. My dad and my My dad came first. He lived
Yeah.
in Manchester.
Wow.
And I think he must have had an affair.
Okay.
No, no.
Underground operation.
Okay, no, there's
No,
so much.
I'm the only person my dad told.
Yeah,
And I never told my mum because it wasn't something I would tell my mother.
yeah.
And they lived together until they passed away.
Right, okay. I mean, one of the things we were talking about is like, should we be dramatizing people's life stories more? How would you feel about if this story became a kind of drama, like a play or a TV show? Do you think it's something that we could dramatize?
I think
'Cause it
my
sounds like
son is a solicitor and he wanted to write a book,
Yeah?
a play about it.
Yeah.
Because he used to go to, it's called now Putney Art Centre,
Yeah.
opposite Methodist Church, but it was Group 64 when we moved around here. Yeah. And only a few kids used to go, so he tried to encourage. And nearly all the boys, I don't know what happened to the females who went to the art center, Group 64, they will become something professional or something. Right. One of them is co-owned a private school, right. And he teaches writing. Yeah. So, yeah. And
Would you like to have your story told?
Hang on.
So your son was already planning to maybe write a book or something about it. No.
He wanted to be an actor, and then he changed his mind and he came home one day and he said, oh, I want to be a solicitor. Yeah. And I said, I thought you wanted to be an actor. He said, it's the same difference. That's what he told me. He said it's the same difference, acting and being a solicitor, because in the court you have to act. So, and I never thought of that until my son told me.
This kind of like drama education, you know, helped him progress and helped him.
I think it helps all young people. Yeah. And then you could branch off if you don't want to be in acting or anything, doing writing poets like Benjamin, I can't pronounce his name. Is that how you pronounce? Zephaniah? Yes. If you could go on to different things, and it puts you in a good stead, a base where you have confidence as a child.
Okay, so really important then.
Sorry.
Thank you, Gemma. No. If it was boring, you'd be talking too long, but it's the other side of boring. It's very interesting to hear these stories. There's so much history. We've heard so many stories from people in this area that have lived a long time and have got incredible stories about how they got here, their lives beforehand. I mean, that's the one thing about today that we've heard. What were you going to say about
No, I just think just going back to this, dramatizing people's lives, because there's so much more to a person than meets the eye. If you hadn't spoken on the mic, we wouldn't have known about your story, but also like the kind of ups and downs and the courage that you had to make big changes in your life. And I think that's really quite inspirational. So I personally would be very interested in turning some parts maybe of your biography and yours, Monica, into some kind of story, because people can take courage in that as well, because times are changing as well, but people are going through struggles all the time, and it's really reassuring to know that you're not stuck with one choice. You can change your life, and it's hard, you need confidence and stuff, but that's why I think really thank you for stopping by and just speaking.
We're going to definitely
Living around here before.
Well, Monica's originally from Stafford, aren't you?
But Monica, when you move around Dainbury Avenue here, didn't you notice there was no road? It was just dirt. Yeah.
Did you remember that one?
Yes. And the buses never came down here. They used to stop up the village. So we have to take our shopping and walk with it. You know where the horse's trough is? That's where.
They put the road in?
Oh gosh, was it 2 years after?
I mean, what era was it? 60s, 70s?
No, it was 70s. 70s, wasn't it, Margaret?
Yeah. Okay, wow. Right.
Yeah, because I've changed. I lived here and I worked in the. No, my headmistress got me my first job. I know that sounds really weird. It was only 2 black faces in the whole school. I was educated in Coventry. Yeah. And if I would miss school or if I was naughty, everyone would know. Because it's not a lot. It was just 2 faces in. And after I did my A-levels, my headmistress, Miss Imms, I'll never forget that lady. She was short, stubby, but very clever. Very excellent, really intelligent lady.
Hang on a sec, I just want to invite this person in. Hang on. So, we have got Natalie, we've got Gemma, we've got Chris, we've got Monica, we've got Margot. Tell us your name.
Stephen.
Stephen, come and have a seat for 2 minutes.
I'm looking for the... No, not...
You're not looking for the pop-up.
I'm looking for the... No, I'm looking for the children's jellyfish.
One's at 2. Yeah.
What time is it now?
It's 12:30 now.
Okay, so you've missed the first...
Yeah, so the next one's at 2 o'clock, the next showing.
It's only 12 now, isn't it?
12:30.
Shortly after this, we can do the end of event survey. But yeah.
Okay.
I'm right here if you're looking for me.
Well, just, you know what? It's just entirely up to you. It's kind of... Be yourself, exactly. That's what everyone else is doing here. We're hearing about a lot of stories. Are you off?
Yeah, I'm gonna. If Steve stays here a bit, I'm gonna dash off to the Jellyfish Theatre. But is that okay? Yeah.
Give us a final thought before you go.
No, just really powerful stories and history, and yeah, incredible how everyone's kind of formed and created their lives on the back of key people and key places in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible to hear these stories. Thank you, Chris.
I also think it's important to share the stories of your children and grandchildren. I think I've lost so many stories because I didn't have these conversations with my grandma, and so much of like my family history is now lost that I will never know. So now I'm trying more to speak to my mum to know more about her stories.
And where is that family history from?
Ghana. My family are from Ghana. Yeah. So yeah.
So you think it's important? What would you have done if you could kind of rewind the clock?
I think it's easy not to have these. That's why I was like, do you speak to your son? Have you shared with him your stories and
relatives, the older ones in Trinidad? Because I started going back there to see what life was like, and it was very strange for me because when I got back to Trinidad, people were calling me foreigner. And then this young chap in the park market. They were moving 2 tables, and the market is not as big as one of the markets I went to. And he was saying to his friend, "Let the white lady pass." So I'm looking behind. And then he said, "No, you, white lady." And I said, "No, darling, I'm not white. I'm black." Right? And he says, "No, you're not black. You're white." And no matter how I told people when I got back to the Caribbean, even when I went to Jamaica, I went to Barbados, they all keep telling me I'm white, and I'm saying, "Look, you're all insulting me." Sorry, I don't mean to.
don't want people raising your culture and your identity. So yeah.
Because you lose that if you think you're something else when you're not. You know, you lose. It's like me saying, okay, I'm 70 odd now, and if I go and say, well, I'm 60 something, I've lost so much of my life. A lot of my relatives, like my aunt she's an accountant, but she passed away 2 months ago. She lived in Jeddah, and then she went to Spain and bought a place. And she always tell people, she always knock off 10 years of her age. And I couldn't, okay, she looked well, but you're missing that life, that past.
Yeah, so you should actually be proud of how old you are. Yeah.
Yes, because I have knowledge from being so young.
Yeah. Okay, let me just fill Stephen in on all of this.
Okay. I get a sense this talk thing's about community. Why are you here?
Well, we're just here just to get a conversation going. But it turns out today, the conversation we've heard from a lot of people that have been here for decades. We've heard about Monica's story about coming here from Stafford, the first time she ever went on a train in her 30s. She came to London and she was there with her sister-in-law, but her sister-in-law's mum wouldn't let her into the house. So she was kind of stuck in the rain in a strange city. And then we heard that there was a guy called Sterling who is in his 90s as well. It's actually from Pakistan, but before it was Pakistan, when it was India. And because he was a Christian Indian, he wasn't really at home either in India, the new India or Pakistan. So we're hearing about his journey here, and we've heard about Gemma's journey, if you don't mind me saying, running away from a very kind of like a nightmarish husband, coming here. Whoa, whoa, don't know what happened there. Oh. Coming here, and then this place this used to be a dirt track down here.
Dirt road. But Margaret, when you were on the train, you had the doors that. Monica, sorry. Yeah. The doors didn't close like now. They used to be. You have to open them and close them yourself, didn't you? Yeah. And I got my thumb stuck in the door. Wow! I screamed and screamed, and I got all the. And then my husband, I was still with my husband, he was coming to help me, and I got all the strength in me to pull that thing, and the thumb was going. It was just. Yes, it was.
So some things have improved. The doors on trains have improved. That's one thing we know.
Lots of things improved. A lot of, except Hammersmith Bridge, and I don't know why he got Sadiq Khan. I'm sorry. If you all don't agree with me, we could have got that knighthood to somebody else who really deserve it.
Okay. So you're not a fan of Sadiq Khan?
And I protest at Hammersmith Bridge to have the bridge open. I go and protest for Palestine. Yeah. And now Iran, America is putting us into war, and they're saying, and this man Trump said he didn't believe in war, he believed in making money. But now what does America go and do? They bomb up Iran.
Okay. So there's a lot of different subjects here. Maybe we could just go to Stephen the newcomer. Anything there that particularly strikes you? I mean, we can probably only talk about one of these things, but we can talk about anything really.
So I'll just say something a bit profound, because I come from a kind of a community, well, several communities near the Somerstown and North London. So in order to have wings, community needs roots. Yeah. So that includes their homes, and in London at this time, Londoners' homes were in peril from sort of gentrification and other kind of things, and developers, and we have to kind of fight to hang on to these community assets. You know, I'm just serving a little community event today, but I mean,
where are you from?
Well, originally Clerkenwell, near the Barbican, but then I lived in Manor House, and then Haringey, Camden Town, and now I'm Tottenham. Right. So you know, I've been so I'm a Phil. Oh, I'm a bit scared coming down here, because I heard you're so bad. No, but so. Right,
okay, so it's about that sort of sense of like being able to stay in one place, being able to grow the community.
You know, and to have whoever, you know, we come here from all corners of the earth, and sometimes we're Bow Bells, but we're all Londoners, and we need to kind of fight to hang on to becoming Londoners. Otherwise, London will become this kind of asset for developers, and we will have to sort of move out to the north east of England, go to Hartlepool or somewhere like that, and then come in just to clean their houses, I suppose. You know, so this is what we have.
Isn't it?
And just you know, So you know, so.
Okay, yes.
Come along to the.
You're doing something here today?
Yes, we're doing a little community thing for the kids.
Can you say what it is a little bit?
You know, you more. Oh right. Oh, it's a little story about for 4 to 8 year olds, and it's about dragons and the Jellyfish Theatre, and we're going to sort of like, and there's a story of the egg and the dragon growing up and its conflicts, and it's got a lot of really good clowning in there, and sort of, you know, fun, and you know, so even as an old git like me, I can enjoy it, you know.
I don't think I'm impressed. I'm really impressed, Stephen. I'm really impressed about your shirts.
Oh, right. Well, I'm supposed to be wearing this because that's supposed to be my brand.
Advertising.
No.
Lord's Cricket. Because yes, I used to go to Lord's a lot with my friends. But a couple of them passed away. So.
I can tell you about the shirt if you want. I worked at Lord's Cricket Ground as a steward, and I went there one day as a punter, and because I knew someone in one of the grounds, and I turned up with what I thought was quite a smart shirt, but it didn't have a collar, and they wouldn't let me into the stands, so I had to go and buy this one. Yeah, you get into a certain stands, you have to get a certain. So I had to go and buy the. So I was too shabby, even with this other shirt I had on. So I had to go. And I tried to pull rank. Well, I work here. No, you're not coming in. So I had to go to the Lord's shop and buy this this Air-X shirt, which is quite excellent on a hot day like this. Yeah, but I'm not going to be playing any cricket, so you'll be disappointed.
Have you got a role in the theatre?
Oh no, we haven't got. I've got. Yeah. I used to run a comedy club years ago, but that was back in the 80s. Yeah. But that was a long time ago. But. And I've got to go to the jellyfish.
Okay, we'll see you a bit later on. Tell us how it's all going over there.
Yeah, if you have time to come back after the show, please do, because I want to find out about the comedy as well, because that's something I'm actively interested in as well. And loving the shirt. I'm glad that you're supporting Greg's, because we just had some sausage rolls from Greg's and they were very nice. Yeah.
Let everyone know, but I bought shares in Greg's some time ago.
Shares in Greg's? I didn't know you could do that.
Yes. Yeah. I had a.
People used to buy shares in Tesco before.
I buy from Tesco because of my political views. Right, I can't explain it to you all, but you must. Yeah. With Israel and. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's why I stopped years ago. I stopped going into M&S because of my political. I have to know where my stuff is coming from, so my money don't go into it to kill innocent people. Yeah. So.
Okay, Greg's is okay. Greg's is killing nobody. They're not even killing animals with the vegan sausage roll.
When is your next birthday?
When's your next birthday?
November.
Yeah.
Oh, so you are a Scorpio.
Yeah.
Scorpio.
Yeah. Okay. When's your next birthday?
April. Aries.
Aries, okay, yeah. What are you?
December, Sagittarius.
Sagittarius.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Come join us. Tell us your name and star sign. We've got Natalie, Sagittarius. We've got Gemma, who's an Aries. We've got Monica, who's a Scorpio. And we've got Margot. What's your star sign?
Oh, I'm a Virgo, and it's my birthday coming up in September.
Okay. All right. Tell us your name.
My name is Kamal Ishak. Ishak means Isaac in English, whatever. Okay.
Mainly, Camille or Ishak?
Mainly I came from Egypt, but I live here for 45 years now. Yes.
Where do you come from?
Mostly from Egypt.
Egypt, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just say, my Iranian boyfriend recently introduced me to Egyptian dates. Talking about dating apps. Very, very delicious. The best dates. Egyptian dates. Just saying.
Your Iranian boss?
No, boyfriend.
No, we were boyfriend, sorry. Okay.
Not the boss, no.
Yeah.
If you knew Margot, you knew...
They have open mind, but not after there is this Khomeini revolution and all of this. It became different, the case. Okay. Anyway, okay, sir.
What do you think about, do Egyptians have the best dates?
Egyptian birthday.
The dates.
Yes, now younger generation, they celebrate their birthday, yes.
Yeah.
But not all the generation in our time, at that time when I was very young, they don't bother about celebrating. No, they don't care. But now they do. Okay. Even for poor families, they make some small celebration, something like this.
But you know, it's interesting because we were recently doing this Talkaoke as part of an Eid celebration, and there were some kids who, maybe that was after you left, the kids sat around the table and they were saying how in Islam, for example, that they shouldn't celebrate birthdays because that's not allowed, but people are kind of like branching out and celebrating birthdays. And I thought that's interesting, but people said, like, you celebrate other things. It's still about celebration, but just birthday is not one of the things that you celebrate. But they still get together, they go shopping, they go eating together, they spend time with family in a kind of special way. But yeah, I didn't know this about birthdays.
Okay.
Why are you celebrating? What are you celebrating for?
People.
Huh?
People.
All right. Yeah.
So we're hearing a lot of interesting stories about where people have come from, how they got here. How did you come to the UK?
How did I come to UK?
Yeah.
In fact, when I came to UK, the first time was my mind is to stay only for 1 year.
Yeah.
To practice my language and so my English.
Yeah.
But I stuck there, get married, with someone
Okay,
or
so it was
whatever.
all
Yeah,
about
yeah. After a few months, somehow,
Yeah.
anyway, so that time
Yeah.
gone through different ways.
And have you lived in this area before?
I live here since for 15 years now.
Okay.
I bought a flat here around,
Okay.
but I used to live in Nicebridge a long time ago.
Okay, so you started in Knightsbridge. Okay.
She's getting ice cream.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have the ice cream because I've got diabetes too. But I need some ice cream.
Yeah. No, just this. I'm just inviting this lady. We're gonna get some ice cream as well soon. But yeah, it's a funny thing. Not from you. We'll buy ice cream, but I think it's a good idea. It's a hot day, you know.
We'll get some ice cream.
Yeah, we'll get some ice cream. In fact, I can go and get some. No, but I think it's interesting what kind of moves people around the world. Like, you know, maybe it's love, maybe it's work, maybe it's just the trains. I don't know. Maybe it's, you know, like in your story, maybe you're getting away from something. Yeah, the freedom. You know, I quite like that because everybody's got a different story. Because I came from Poland and.
What brought you to the UK?
Yeah, that was love too, but it was very short-lived after that. And then, and then I stayed to study here, and that was it. That's hello there.
You came here for love, but that didn't work out.
It didn't work out, but it didn't matter because I found different love. But yeah, but it was just nice. Yeah, I'm from Poland.
Okay. Tell us your name.
Paula.
Paula, we got Natalie, we got Gemma, we got Monica, we got Margot. Mikey, what's your name again?
Kamal.
Kamal.
Kamal, yes. From Kamal, if you forgot.
Kamal. And I'm Mikey.
Mikey, check it out now, Mikey.
Yes, exactly. At the moment we're talking about how people came to this area, how they came to the...
I'll come back. How long are you up
Till 3 p.m. We're going to be here till 3 p.m, so come back later, Gemma. 3:30, okay.
Yes. Have you been living in this area for a long time?
26 years, but in my heart all my life.
Oh yeah? Really? What is it about this area that you...
I don't know, my dad put me on the street when I was a baby, and it was near the Union Forest. Yeah. And I just seemed to be walking the streets here, the coincidence, the deers, the dove. Yeah. I thought, well, I'd really like to be there one day.
It's kind of like the nature.
Yeah, the nature, the mother nature, the community spirit.
Yeah.
Well, it's just so much crammed in just one street going out.
Yeah.
It's like universities and schools, it's good, you know.
Yeah, okay, so it's a great place to
Hospitals, it's people, sick people. Well, yes, all these new buildings here, all along the Vale, new hospital.
You yourself, how long have you been living here in your area? How long have you been living in...
I've been living in this area for about 3 hours now. Yeah, but yeah, I'm actually not from here. I'm from Hackney in North London. But I've just
Where are you really from?
I'm really from Gravesend in Kent. But we're talking about how people came to the UK. How you were saying that your grandmother was from Ghana.
Yeah.
Did she come to the UK, or was it your mum that came to the UK?
It's my mum. My mum came to the UK.
What were the reasons? Was it love again? Was it love?
Yeah, she married my dad, and so they had to come. Yeah. It didn't last.
Once again, yeah.
No, but you know, this is it. Like when I was a child, you just reminded me that I really enjoyed asking my mum, "Hey, so when you and Dad met, how was it?" I just really wanted to know. And she was always giving me some kind of version of the story. But I know it's never been like super smooth between them. But as a child, you're not gonna tell that to your child. So she had to kind of like dress up that story. And then when I was older, I was like, okay, it's not as straightforward. But yeah, it's just. Yeah, you don't get to hear all this kind of like the difficult side of people's stories. So I wonder whether we would, you know, the story that we make about people's lives here, would it be like just a rosy, nice story, or would we kind of lean into the difficulties and like challenges of people's lives? Just curious.
There's going to be a lot of new buildings built. They're gonna have a council block, offices for people that just. Have problems with damp and condensation, and that to be jobs done, a building just for that.
Are you happy about that?
Well, my flat's alright. I don't mind. I've met a few people that suffer with it quite badly, and they're very angry about the conditions they live in. But this building's going to be work done. You go there at the end.
Yeah, so
and
maybe it'll just make people a bit happier?
no, well, if they'll be happy to get the damp sorted and everything, but that's going to be built for people with that problem. So I think everyone's going to be very angry getting on the bus and say, well, we want the job done, and if they go there, they'll sort it for them.
Okay.
Apparently that's what they're going to be doing for that.
Sounds like a good idea. Okay, so where are we going to go with this? We're going to talk about the story of Danebury Avenue. Are we going to talk about the life stories, how people, or the love thing? I don't know. It's up to you.
From Kamal about how you found living here and your journey.
What is your story about how you came to this area? What's your life journey?
In fact, I came here 15 years exactly in January 11. So at the beginning, I was scared about the area. As they said, lot of gangs is not secure and so. But with the time I found this is a secure area and it's nice and is okay, which I'm happy, of course, to hear this. And because I bought the flat here through the auction, with the little money I have, it was enough to buy here around. So I am not coming here deliberately or full of love here. No, but
So
at that time,
love didn't bring you here.
at that time, because I bought it through auction. For an auction, you have to cash here. You have your cash here. So that's the reason I'm here.
Okay. But you're happy to be here.
I'm not saying I'm sad or I'm happy. I mean circumstances.
Paula, give us a final thought before you go.
I think the future is good for Roehampton.
Yes!
Go on, sorry, Kamal. What were you saying? We were talking about.
I found this safe area. Sometimes I come here 11, 12, 1 o'clock. Sometimes.
Okay.
And this safe is okay. And I come, I have sometimes a lot of money in my pocket, so could for any criminal could be any criminal could do for whatever. And I feel safe until now. In fact, I did not face any problem or any trouble at all.
Okay, that's
yes,
good.
which happy to hear this, of course.
Okay.
I hope to be the same everywhere in the world, not only here, but in the life.
What's that?
She loves to sit on her own.
Oh, okay. You know Paula?
Well, yeah, from around here.
Okay. People, Paula over there.
But it's funny because like you don't. London makes me think that it's a kind of place when you bump into familiar faces, it's like a miracle because there's so many people, and I always like to see like familiar faces. And when I lived in Poland, that used to really grind my gear. I used to hate it. It's like, oh my God, it's the same people over and over. But when I moved here and I realized that I don't really know my neighbors, I don't really see the same people. I'll go to school with someone, but then I won't see them again because they move out. It's just a rare thing, and it's a beautiful thing that you recognize people on the street. So Paula, if you know, or yourself, you know, if you recognize your neighbors, I think that's really, that's what really makes a place like special and feels like a community. That's a start anyway, I think.
Is it a good community here?
Community?
Yeah.
It's not bad at all. I mean, in general, people are friendly somehow.
Yeah.
And I don't mix much with, because there is no place to sit or talk around with people.
Until
and so.
today.
Huh?
Today we've got a place to sit and mix and talk.
The lady and I know Paula, and those the time I will know this lady. I will know this lady.
Yeah.
But you are not from this area. Doesn't matter. I ask this coach again. I don't mean.
Yeah, I'm not from this area, but it is.
To see you again. I mean.
Yeah, well, hopefully, inshallah. Okay, where are we going to go with this conversation? We're talking... Gemma, give us a final thought before you go. What should we be talking about? Right now we're talking about community. Is there a good community here? Just... I can't reach you from there. Come around.
Yeah,
just
especially at the weekend, because some people have no one to be with at the weekend.
Okay, so actually more things for elderly people to do and get to know each other.
Get involved, because some elderly wants to go and do it, but it's effort to get out of the house.
Yeah. Okay.
You need a bit of encouragement. Sorry, I used to be a social worker, so
okay.
It worked.
You seem like a very social person.
I did elderly, I did mental health, homelessness.
Yeah.
And asylum seekers was my last in Tower Hamlets.
Ah, we're based in Tower Hamlets.
Are you? Oh,
Yeah, we come from Poplar.
okay. I
Yeah.
used to go all the way to Isle of Dogs.
Okay.
Ah, that's our zone.
Yeah, we love dogs too. Okay, so yes, thank you, Gemma. Come and join us.
Yeah, please do.
Bye-bye. See you later. So we're talking at the moment. We're talking about community. Is there a good community around here? Are we involving older people enough? Have they got things to do? Could we be talking to them more? These kind of things. Any thoughts on that?
For the community?
Yeah.
Come and join us.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on.
Hey,
Come on.
come on. Get yourself down.
I'm passing the mic just
The mic as well.
I don't know if I can smoke, yeah, so I didn't.
Yeah, just go
Just
windward
go
side.
with the wind.
Yeah. Come and join it. Maybe come around. I think it's going to stretch that far.
No, last time we did it, it broke.
We've got a new face on the table. Tell us your name.
Jonathan.
Jonathan. We've got Natalie. We've got Kamal. We've got Margot. We've got Monica. I'm Mikey. And tell us your name.
Rashad.
Rashad. And at the moment we're talking about what would actually, because we've had a lot of older people here. They've got incredibly interesting stories of how they got here. Lots of stories of like love, breakups, betrayal, but then community, journeys, all sorts of things. But
where's the direction you're going with this?
we're not really going. We're just talking
Oh,
about.
it's just like a podcast area. Okay.
I mean, what do you? Have you been living in this area a long time?
8 years, yeah.
8 years? Yeah, I mean, what do you think about the... Do you talk to older people? Do you find a lot of older people around? Do you know Monica?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Everybody's seen this piss on, haven't they?
it's definitely a fine lack of social housing, and it's actually insulting.
Yeah.
I've seen more. How do I put this in a politically correct way? So where I live is across the road. It's a quite well established, nice area, middle class, private area. You know, its own facilities, people are taken care of. The electric went the other day, it was gone within a day. You know, we have building associations. When I come down here, it feels like another class and it's insulting.
Yeah.
I come down here and it's like as if the class system just flipped on my head.
Yeah.
I see, you know, etc., etc.
So there's a kind of class division going
No, it's
on.
annoying and it's vindictive and it's horrible and it's. I see social housing, I see social deprivation here. I see people who can't afford to put their children in relative primary schools or nurseries because it costs money, and the last administration cut that. So I think, if not to sound shady, this is a pure example of class divide. My area is beautiful, nice area. Where, you know, in other areas, their career aspects aren't going to be the same.
I mean, is there anything, because obviously you're here, is there anything that's brought you to this area that is...
I just went to get a pack of cigarettes.
Okay, so it's just a
I
shop.
just live up across the road. Yeah, it's a shop.
Okay, interesting. Okay, and Rashad, have you got any views on this?
Not really, I just moved there, to be honest. Like, I used to live in Hurstbourne House, but I just moved over there now.
How long have you been here for?
In this area, like, 4 years.
4 years, okay, yeah. I mean, do you feel like it's got a good community? Do you agree with what Jonathan's saying about that there's too much deprivation and it's like...
Not necessarily that, there's lack of government support and it's a fact that there was 10 years of a Conservative administration. So it's not like 4 years of a Labour Party can somehow just change the very fabrics of the way we treat and talk to each other. It's pretty disgusting.
Yeah.
I think, I think.
I mean, do you think it's so? Do you think now that Labour are in, things are going to change and get better, or do you feel that, how do you feel about the future?
Well, I mean, Keir Starmer's not an autocrat. He can't just he can't just flip his fingers and unions and companies change. So it's going to take a decade.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I mean, but you said an interesting thing, like something about how we talk and relate to each other, right? I mean, something, right? So I just wondered, like, to what extent it's something that comes from the government, and to what extent can we do it ourselves? And what can make us relate and communicate with each other in a way that bridges that divide? Because I agree with it. Sounds.
Two things to that. Government can have an influence in the way the public treat each other.
Yeah. What do you think they can do to just improve that?
What do you mean?
Like, what can government do? You said government has got an influence.
Stop demonising, stop being so mean to each other. Yeah. I think I saw this during the Nigel Farage, the Brexit campaign, the way we talked to each other, the way we talked about Polish people who've grown up with us, who've been in our communities for 20 years. We're actually very disgusting the way we treat and talk to each other. And not just from government officials, from actual everyday.
The language and the sort of, I guess the way people... Come and join us! Anyway, yeah.
I think we're a nation of saps, unfortunately.
What do you mean, saps?
We're a nation that doesn't really like our own social identity.
Right.
And we found a way to kind of move around that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, that's a good question. How can we improve our national identity? Has it got a bit toxic with all the Brexit debate and Nigel Farage? I mean, what do you Rashad, have you got any views on this? Do you feel like the way we talk to each other is bad? Could it be improved?
100%, but I'm not really. I don't really know.
Yeah. You think it could be, but you're not sure how. Yeah. Okay.
Which language? Which language?
Oh, that's a difficult one. Come and join us. 2 minutes.
Привет! Привет! Давай,
Давай, yeah. Хорошо.
Хорошо.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk show.
Talk show. It's Talkaoke. Just come and tell us your names. What's your name?
Salam alaikum. Name Rauf.
Rauf?
My name is Nordaulet. Nurik. Nurik, yes.
We've got Natalie, we've got Rashad, we've got Jonathan over here. Who's on his, give us a final thought if you're going to go. You've given us a lot actually, and we've got Monica there, we've got Margot and Mikey, and yeah, we're just talking.
Hello.
That's Monica. Where are we going with this conversation? We're sort of saying, can we? Has the language? Jonathan was kind of saying that the language in the media is bad. They talk about people from other countries in a bad way, Polish people. Do you feel like they respect people from other countries in this country? Like...
No speak English. No speak English.
You speak Ruski? Okay.
Trochę po polsku możemy. Jestem z Polski.
Okay, let's give it a go. Ask the question.
Okay.
Is there respect for people?
Okay. W Anglii wy думаете, w Anglii traktują ludzi z innych krajów dobrze czy хорошо?
Good.
You think it's good, yeah. So they're welcome, like.
Да, Англия хорошая, да. Красивая, хорошая, да.
Yeah. Beautiful. What brings you to UK? Why are you in UK?
Почему вы в Англии?
Почему в Англии? Деньги надо, деньги. Money.
Sorry to cut your conversation. Kazakhstan. I wanted to ask you, I don't know if you might translate. My Russian's a little bit shaky. What's your views on the, from a journalistic perspective, on the Kazakh involvement in Ukraine? I know there are a lot of Kazakh soldiers there. You've got some from Chechnya, Azerbaijan, and I know your government has been very like, we're not sending troops, but you have military bases there. I'm just interested in your...
Чуть-чуть хотя бы translate, пожалуйста. Translate.
Как вы мыслите, казак, солдаты в Украине? Он говорит, да.
No, солдат, no.
Even like
But what about the Russian military bases that have come from Sevastopol? They've transferred. I forget the bombers' names. I forget the buzzing names, but I'm sorry. I know I changed topic completely, but since we had some Kazakhs here, I had to ask you your at least your view on the Russia-Ukrainian war.
What do you think about this war in Ukraine?
Что вы думаете po polski? O dobra, no to po polsku, co wy myślicie na temat wojny w Ukrainie? Jak...
Украина туралы не улезьте. Как вы думаете про Украину?
Я не знаю.
No comment.
Can I ask one more final question and then I'll shut up? In terms of Kazakh prisoners, have you ever heard anything about prisoners from Kazakhstan being transferred to Wagner, as you know? Have you ever heard anything about Kazakh military bases being used for direct involvement in Ukraine? I know you're not a scientist or in any way, shape or form, but I'm very interested in not just Kazakh, but Azerbaijan, Chechnya, and their involvement in Ukraine.
Allies with Ukraine?
Oh, who? Because I've got a question as well. Actually, can I add to this? But po polsku, no bo ogólnie jest pytanie, no nie, że ty zrozumiesz. Okej.
Короче.
Okay. So no, he's translating.
Мы-то откуда знаем то, что Азербайджан или Чечня думает?
So you're saying you don't. How are you supposed to know what the Chechens or Azerbaijan are thinking? You just don't know. But you know, it's an interesting question. Like how much.
Азербайджан другой там.
The friends, yeah.
They're friends, allies.
And Ruski and Azerbaijan?
No. Украина другой. Азербайджан вообще в другом месте же они.
Другой, that's friends, yeah.
Да, но Азербайджан.
No, but you know, what is interesting is that we watch the news and we see the news from the BBC, but we don't get the news from people who live in those countries. So,
I mean,
do
you hear a different story when you listen to Kazakh news? Is it different from BBC news or?
Po polsku. Dobra, no to jakie wiadomości są w Kazachstanie? To są inne wiadomości w telewizji niż BBC w Anglii? Co jest w wiadomościach w Kazachstanie?
Nie poнял.
Nie poнял. Wiadomości, news. You understand news? News w Kazachstanie. Что они говорят в Казахстане?
Everything, yeah.
Вообще имейте в виду, да? Именно про чего? Именно про Украину или про Англию имейте в виду?
Everything.
Wszystko. O czym mówią w wiadomościach?
Казахстан очень хорошая страна, очень богатая, по идее. Никому не трогает. Все дружелюбные. У нас очень много наций, очень много, как здесь.
We're gonna find out.
So you're saying that the news in Kazakhstan is that it's a great country, it's a beautiful place, everybody gets on, it's a rich country. Kazakhstan много деньги. Is he phoning you? But you came here for деньги. You came here for money. What? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Spasibo. Okay. What, me personally?
Yeah, because you're a presenter in this conflict in this world of literally World War III on our doorstep.
I mean, obviously there's a lot going on, especially the news today. We hear people have mentioned it already on the Talkaoke.
I just woke up to a war crime.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you imagine if it would be the equivalent if we had a beef with France? And what did France do? France bombed our nuclear sites and bombed Trident in Scotland? Can you imagine?
Yeah.
What would our response be if I sent in a couple warheads into Scotland and destroyed all our nuclear bases? I mean, it is a war crime amongst war crimes.
Okay. So you're kind of astounded by what's got. Any thoughts on this?
I mean, I haven't heard this piece of news until this morning, and I was completely shocked. And what is interesting also, my boyfriend is Iranian, so he's getting the news from the WhatsApp group of his village from Iran, and it's.
What are they saying?
They're saying, like, on one hand, people are happy that this may bring the revolution and they'll get rid of the current government, the Ayatollah, who is not very popular. But on the other side, you know, they are being bombed by Israel, so they need to unite as a nation and fight against Israel, who has just attacked Iran in a supposed preemptive war, which is not even a thing. So people are a little bit torn, but they don't. Nobody's enjoying being bombed, and you know. And I'm just quite shocked that America just kind of followed through, because that's right. America this morning bombed their plants.
What do you think Britain can do?
Well, I mean, normally in the middle I try to be neutral, but as you asked me, I just sort of feel like Britain should be, because Britain always does what America does, and that's my worry, is that we're just going to condone this and say, yeah, that's fine. I think Keir Starmer's already said something about it, yeah, we're going to stand with America, we're going to defend Israel.
I think this is something people should also think about as well. In America, there's a divide in the conservative community. Should we be so pro-Israeli? And does that make us anti-Semitic in the 21st century? And also England, the Conservative Friends of Israel. I mean, Priti Patel, our former Home Secretary, was fired by Theresa May for lobbying on behalf of the Likud party. A Conservative member of Parliament was lobbying on behalf. 70% are working for the, and that's not to say that somehow we hate the Jews because we want to ask. It'd be no different than if we were asking why are we lobbying on behalf of the Brazilian government or the Polish government.
What's going on? Has Israel got too much of a hold on British politics? We've got a new face at the table. We've got Margot, we've got Jonathan. I'm Mikey. Tell us your name.
Aisha.
Aisha, did you hear the news this morning about all this bombing going on?
No.
Are you worried about because Jonathan's very worried about all the war going on, all the bombing and stuff like that. Is it something that bothers you? Are you worried about it?
No.
Not really.
I've got bigger problems.
Okay.
They said that in 1939, and it wasn't until 1942 that bombs started dropping over London. So it was only 3 years. So people didn't care about.
So it's only when the bombs started.
No one cared about. No one thought, oh, the Luftwaffe. Who cares about the Luftwaffe? It wasn't until 1941, until we're still hiding in bunkers, that we started to take more of a notice.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, Monica, you were around during the war. What was it like?
Well, I lived in the country then, and we had right opposite us was a big field where all the planes were. So we seen the planes going out all the time.
Was there a lot of fear then of being bombed?
Yes, there was, love, yeah. Yeah, I must admit it, yeah.
And was this a fear amongst civilian targets or military targets? So were you all just worried? It wasn't just, okay, they're just going to bomb the RAF bases. Now they're going to bomb our homes and our children. I'm guessing you were a baby at the time. So were your parents ever worried about your schools, your homes being bombed? And I'm guessing you lived in the countryside as well, so.
No, not really. They didn't talk about it to us.
So in the country, people felt that it was just something happened somewhere else?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me bring Aisha in on this one because you're not that
What
worried.
is this?
This is Talkaoke, it's a pop-up talk show. Earlier on, well, it's just like we just sit here.
Walking by.
No, well, it's great that you've had the curiosity and the courage to come and sit down.
And the actual time and energy.
And the time and energy, exactly.
Because most of us haven't got time and energy for politics.
Yeah. You know what? We've only just started talking about politics, but it's kind of up to people to decide what they want to talk about around the table. Is politics something you're interested in?
Well, I studied law and international relations at university.
Yeah.
So I don't trust any politicians.
Okay.
I just look for the lesser evil, basically. And if the people vote for the greater evil, then I just make my plans on how to keep myself safe. That's it. That's all you can do.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, that's been my experience. That you can do your bit, do your vote, what your ancestors fought for, you know. But if you're outnumbered, make other plans to escape.
Okay. Okay, so you need your escape plan.
Yeah, you need your escape plan. You need your nuclear bunker. Your boat. No, I haven't got a nuclear bunker.
That actually reminds me, because I'm sorry to go back. Sound
Why
like
do you think I went for a walk? I went for a walk.
Yeah.
I went for a walk, so I know where to go and hide.
Okay.
And I also, my legs work.
Yeah.
You know, if you're a beast, you got high cholesterol, you got depression, so you never leave your house, you're screwed. Basically, you like, you know, and unfortunately, there's a lot of people in this country. Their mental health is poor, their physical health is poor. They're young, 20s, 30s. Not you, lovey. 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s.
Yeah.
They can run away if they need to. They can fight if they need to. But they're not able to because of their mental and their physical health.
Are you saying that's probably more important than the mental health? And the
If their mental and physical health was great, they wouldn't be voting for people who are trying to destroy them.
It's actually woven into.
It's woven into the system. I am a low-income earner. I live in Roehampton. I'm a low-income earner. But my advantage is that I've got some extra knowledge more than other people, and extra experience more than other people. I've seen how the rich live. I've seen how the poor live. I've seen how the people who are off-grid live. So that's all up here in my brain, and no one can take that from me. So I went for a walk today because I'm like, I need to make sure that my body is strong enough to protect me. You know, I as someone who studied law and international relations, so law and politics, so national politics, you know, and then international politics, why wars happen, how the people who were in the wars survived. If there weren't soldiers, because soldiers, that's a whole other thing, I would never join the military. I would be one of the people in prison in Israel, basically, because I'd be like, no, I don't agree with, I don't agree with fighting, forcing people, conscription, which is forcing people to fight. And I'm like, no, the people that survived, that weren't, you know, they used, some of it was luck, but a lot of them that survived, it was just common sense. If they start burning books, get out.
Yeah. Okay.
If they start, you know, if they start being militant and, you know, get out.
Okay. Come join us. 2 minutes.
That's the thing about here.
Okay, we got Margot, we have got Monica, we got Jonathan, we got Aisha. Tell us your name.
Farid.
Yes. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
You too.
Are you from this area?
New here.
You're new here. What do you think of it?
It's nice.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's really nice. Green, next to the park. Well, you know, as opposed to the other areas, you know, problems and all that, you know.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be done here as well.
He lives near the park.
He lives in
Oh, up there.
Do you know Farid as well?
No.
No, okay. But yeah, thanks for coming and saying hello.
That's insulting to our ambitions. That's insulting to our ambitions to say, I'm not the biggest fan of when people kind of delegitimize certain things and just say, oh, you know, it's just what's happening. It's just the mental health. It's just this. I think delegitimizing and not seeing that there is a conscientious bias, whether we're talking about Israel, social welfare, wherever it is, I think you can't just see things from a very black and white view. Okay, that's how it looks, so that's how it is. That would be my dissertation.
Yeah.
That
So,
would be
I mean,
my
what are you saying that we shouldn't just accept things how they are?
No, okay, so take this, like, remember what I was saying earlier when I first met you, how I live in a fairly nice area right by the Jewish school. I walked down here, and I remember walking around these things, and I was thinking, why doesn't this look the same as this area? Well, that's by design, my love, because it's been like that for 50, 60 years.
So it's part of the system.
It's part of the system. It's a part of our genetic makeup. As a society.
Is it something we can change, or is it something we've just got to accept?
Maybe 2 generations later.
It's something that the majority have to want to change. If you're in the minority, then you kind of have to figure out how to live in a majority situation. You know, I've lived in the country where I've been the majority, and I've seen how those people have survived. And I've lived in a country where I'm the minority.
What country is that?
So I've lived in Barbados. So I was the majority in Barbados. I was black. I was Christian. I was straight. I was the majority. And I've seen how people who are in the minority suffer. You know, and how they've. Sorry?
In Barbados, what people that are minorities suffer?
Well, and also my parents were, I think, what they would call in Barbados middle class, and I went to a very good school in Barbados. But here I'm in the minority. You know, I went to a good school here, but I have autism, so that puts me at a disadvantage in terms of the workplace. Why what?
Why does autism put you in?
Because the majority are neurotypicals, not neurodivergent people. Neurotypicals are the world is designed for neurotypicals.
Right.
And depending where you live, it's always going to be designed for the majority. You know, for example, if you need sun cream in Barbados, you are at a disadvantage because that is extremely expensive and very difficult to find, and the stocks run out quite quickly. So you're either bringing in your own on a regular basis if you're traveling back and forth from outside of the country, or you just get sunburnt. You know. So if you are not in a position to be constantly traveling overseas or having friends bringing it in for you constantly from overseas, you spend a lot of time that you could be making money, looking after your family, looking after your health, looking for sunblock in Barbados, sun cream. When I go there, I don't think, oh, let me pack sun cream. I'm bringing it. You know, I don't go looking for sun cream there. I bring it in with me. If I go to France, I'm like, well, I know they're going to have sun cream there because everyone there needs sun cream, basically. So that's the disadvantage thing. If you are not part of if you're not Christian, you're at a disadvantage.
So it's all about doing everything for the majority. And not
that is how things are kind of designed, and it's only when the minority start protesting, rioting, making a noise, that's when the majority look up and go, oh, we see how wrong that is, but we never thought about that before because it never affected us because we're in the majority.
I mean, I'm quite interested in the question of how things would look different if it was designed for neurodivergent people as opposed to neurotypical.
There's a lot of things.
We'll come to that in a second, but Jonathan, you're disagreeing.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, can you explain that?
No, I know what it means, but it doesn't make sense to me. No offense whatsoever. So for example, my interest is in military science. I'm very interested in hypersonic missiles right now. What's going on in Iran? Basically, the overview of what's happening right now. A lot of my friends are highly intelligent military scientists. They probably have got some sort of neurodivergent autism, Asperger's and something. I worked with a couple hackers in Denmark. One of the guys has Asperger's. He's one of the best hackers I've ever met. He could hack my phone in a matter of minutes. And can have a control. So yeah, but it doesn't mean it's I don't believe that means anything. I mean, we're not different humanoids.
The world is kind of designed for the majority, for the neurotypical.
Nah, you got to build your own destiny out here.
Make it yourself.
You got to build your own life.
I mean, but that's where it comes from. And you say you build your own life, and it's like, so when it comes to politics, that's what most people are looking out for, building their own life. And I'm like, at the end of the day, whoever the political party is that gets in power, you've got to deal with whoever it is, you know, whether they're left, right, conservative, Tory, reform, whoever it is, you're going to have to deal with their policies, you know. And it's quite funny because
people are like, well, that's not what I voted for. And I'm like, did you really understand what you voted for? I mean, it's like people voted for Brexit, and then when Brexit actually happened, they complained. People voted for Trump to get rid of the immigrants. And when the immigrants started being removed, they complained. And I'm like, I don't know. This is why, so I'm like, I'm neutral. So I don't trust any politicians. I look at what they're saying. I look at how it's going to impact me. And I vote for who I think is not going to destroy my life as little as possible, the lesser evil, as it were.
Jonathan, let me just bring Margot into this. But it's really interesting.
I just wonder, like, what, because I often feel like with the political world, like, it's just, I feel like I'm being manipulated. Like, there's a small print. There's always small print, and I don't always have access to that, or I don't have time. Quite simply because, the economy is doing whatever it's doing in the UK. Everybody has to work around the clock to make ends meet, and I just wonder what is the way to kind of get people engaged in making time, or make time by design, to have understanding of politics, so people can more or less be on the same page, or at least try to, because otherwise there's hundreds of reasons why we don't have time to get involved in politics. Like, I'm one of those people, like, there are just like occasions where something like, why is this making the news now? Of course I know why, but there's like hundreds of items that are happening around the world right now which are not making the headlines, and I'm like, yeah, but why aren't we talking about what's happening in Sudan, for example, or like, why is that not a headline permanently?
Okay, so there are conflicts going on. Is it
but conflicts and good things, and
too many things going on? It's war and conflict.
Yeah, it's almost that, and people are just like tired out. Like, we were having a Talkaoke like a couple of months ago, and people were saying, the amount of information and news headlines that are coming from America. Trump did this. Trump did that. Like, after 10th time, 100th time you've heard that Trump did something stupid, it's just noise, and people are just physically tired and mentally tired of that. So the things which is actually very important to act on or to understand, we just don't have the bandwidth to engage with. And I just wonder, like, what can we do about it? Because I agree with it. There's a lot going on, but how do we actually engage with it? Or is it just kind of, can't?
What you're saying is, don't engage with it too much, because you just can't possibly. But I'll come to you in a second. So I was going to go to Jonathan. What were you going to say before?
Oh no, I agree with the fine print, but I think you're looking at the wrong demon. Politicians are only a figurehead. What about the civil servants underneath them, who've been in the civil service for 20 years or so, who still have the same ideology? Local councillors. Everyone talks about the local MP, but no one talks about the local councillors. Or even worse, when we talk about social housing, why are we not talking about the I lose my English, sorry, about the housing associations and how corrupt they are and how much millions they're taking from people. I mean, it costs millions to make that block. Where's that money gone? Who's receiving it? And what about, and I think this is something that I want whoever's watching to really just think about when you go home, about lobbying in the UK and how important that is. Because I think a lot of people complain about policies, but our politicians are lobbied in suits and in whatever. I mean, how much did Priti Patel make, just to target her, from the Israeli lobby when she went and was fired by Theresa May, can I just add, which people don't talk about. The former Home Secretary was fired because she lobbied on behalf of Israel. And MI5 even said, we don't trust giving this woman information on domestic policy. So I get why people don't trust politicians. When our own MI5 is saying, hey, I don't trust this woman, I don't trust these people, I get it. So there's a lot of, I would say, people really need to have a look at lobbying in this country.
I mean, the question from Margot, is it like just too much? Is it like too much information? Their heads can't cope with all this. That's
up to their own. I mean, I like it. Me personally, I like processing information, but that's my craziness. But
I think the average person cannot get into it. If you have that kind of intellectual capacity, you understand it. But again, even though I'm in a minority in terms of I'm neurodivergent and not neurotypical, I'm black and I'm not white in this country. Black woman with an Arab name. So I'm Christian, but I think I think the UK is more leaning towards atheists now. There's more people who have no religion than actually have a religion, so it's kind of up in the air. Yeah, there is definitely a change, and unfortunately, I think there is a loss of community. This is one of the few communities sort of left, particularly in London, where you can see the generations come down. One of my friends, her mum just passed, and her grandparents lived above her mum's flat. So that's 3 generations living in the same block. Yeah, here in Roehampton, you know. I do pay it forward as much as I can because I belong to a mental health support group, and I go to that group, and what knowledge I do have, I give to them. And you know, I do see people have meltdowns about the politics, and I say to them, look, you know, we have to use our knowledge that we have in psychotherapy, as in accept the things.
Jonathan, are you going? Give us a final thought before you go. Give us a last final thought, yeah. Sorry to interrupt.
You know what it is? I don't want to sound conservative because I'm really not. I'm not, but I don't like this. I'm a black Melbourne Arab name. My name's Kieran. I was born in South Brixton, South London. 2 weeks before I was supposed to graduate university, I was in prison for low-level drug offences. So instead of me working for the civil service or doing whatever I was supposed to do, I'm in prison for low-level drug offences. I study Russian hypersonic missiles in my spare time, so it's insulting, and I feel one of the reasons I left the country. I was living in Sweden, Denmark. I did the whole European tour, and I felt more at home in another country such as Sweden, Denmark, Norway than I did in my own country of birth. Because we look at young black men, black women, as if they don't know what they're talking about. They're just, this is their destiny. Sell a bit of drugs on the corner, or etc. etc. You get where I'm coming with that. So it's insulting to me. So I feel like, and this is not self-victim blaming, but I feel like I have to work twice as hard to maybe prove myself. So I have to prove I know what I'm talking about. Whether it's missile defenses in Israel or what's happening in Chechnya, or you name it. Because I am a black Melbourne Arab name, and there's always going to be this perception that I don't know what I'm talking about, or he's only destined for selling drugs, and that's his only ambition in life. And that's one of the reasons that I must say this country does it really upset me. Because I don't feel some people see me as their countryman. Of course, my love does, she does. She's a bit more older and wiser than most of us. But I don't think, and it's not just me, it's the guy from Kazakhstan. He's living here now, he's a part of our society, but you're never going to think, oh, he's one of us. You're never going to say that. Or,
do you think it's changing? Is it getting better, getting worse?
It's getting worse and better in different ways. There's still perceptions from society when I walk down the street. And government officials, no one cares. I don't think anyone. It's the one topic I'm very pessimistic about. I think race relations have got better on the surface, but internally they're still cancerous. They're still.
Is it the system? Is it the society? Is it all of these?
It's everything from the education system, from the teachers saying, "Oh, you're stealing from Emily's question sheet," or "You're not. You didn't know that. That was Emily who you stole from her." I remember that. That was year 6, and I still remember that till that day. Yeah, I still remember that to that day. And there's certain things. Like I said, I was went to Staffordshire University, ended up in jail for 8 months for a few grams of cannabis. And the judge said, "You're a threat to society," and I'm thinking, threat. At that time, I was working for the local Tory councillor. So I think one of the things that I must say of being a black male in England, perception is reality.
It becomes reality in the end.
It does. And not just me, but young Romanian men, young Armenian men, young Indian Pakistani men. Maybe not Indian, but Pakistani, because there's unfortunately a weird kind of cultural hegemony amongst. I don't know what it is.
It's a kind of projection of what they actually
yeah.
are like.
So and this sounds terrible, but this is the perception I've got, and it's only my opinion. So you see, for example, I feel like amongst the black British population, if you're from Africa or Nigeria, then you're going to be a doctor or a lawyer. You're most likely. But if you're Jamaican, same in the Asian community. If you're Indian, you're most likely to succeed. But if you're Pakistani, you better get to the shopkeeper, mate. That's an insult, and it's an insult to our society, and it's why we'll never grow. We'll never grow more than 1% GDP.
Thanks for that. It's a really good final thought. I really appreciate that.
Because it's my home, it's my country. I love my country. I'm English. I consider myself an English guy. So
You don't.
No.
No.
No. I consider myself what I tell
I mean,
people.
do you agree with what Jonathan's saying there? Is it everything kind of almost painting the picture?
I can't speak to Jonathan's experience because I've lived in the country where I was the majority. So I have that confidence before. No, it like growing up in childhood. My teachers never turned around to me and said when I was in year 6 or 6th form, you never amount to anything, blah, 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 blah. They never said anything like that to me because it was just, but they did say it to some of my other schoolmates because maybe they lived in the wrong part of the island, you see, whereas I lived in the right part of the island, or I lived in the right type of house, or my parents had the right kind of profession, because my dad was a teacher and my mum was a nurse, so they were both professionals, you know, so it was kind of that whole kind of strange thing. So his experience is completely valid, and I do notice it. I do notice like a sense of oppression and burden on people who were born and raised in this country compared to me. I was born here, but I wasn't raised here. My whole childhood was in, I want to say a safer place, a safer country, you know, for me, you know. I didn't grow up in a city kind of situation, you know. I grew up in what people call the suburbs, not the countryside, not the city, the suburbs, so the halfway point. So I'm a kind of halfway person.
It sounds nice though.
Yeah, I think it's the ideal that most people want for their kids. You know, they play in the street. They don't have to worry about being run over. They, you know, when I go back, their kids, they play road tennis, and they have no worry about a car coming to run them over, you know, or being shot or stabbed. They play road tennis every evening. And you know, the weekends they play road tennis in their area. And when the car comes, the car just slows down, and they move the piece of wood that they're using as the dividing bit. They move that out the way. The car goes by. They put it back and continue playing road tennis. That's the kind of place where I grew up, you know. I've never seen that in this country. So even in the countryside, I've never seen it. So yeah.
When this road apparently used to be a dirt track, maybe they did it back then, back in the day. Okay.
Sorry. I just wonder whether we could maybe take a little break as well, because there's a lot to take in. Because do you know what I mean? But
we need to tank up on.
Yeah. Have you done your walk now, Asha? Are you? Is this okay? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I did my walk because I was like, I need to get my walk in, because that was my goal for today. I need to go for a walk so my hip hurts me less, but I'm also building my own physical strength.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting what you were saying earlier on about mental health and physical health, and how that actually weaves into the fabric of community and society as well.
You know, it's interesting that you mentioned that, and it all kind of came about in the context of like talking about the current events, the war. I'm part of a yoga, like a membership thing, and I remember it was freshly after I visited my home in Poland. My grandma, who would have been in her 90s, she's no longer with us, but she lived through she's lived through a lot, and she was sent to like into Siberia, to like labor camps as a child, buried her family there, and then came back as a young girl to Poland, and so anyway, all of that. And there was me just thinking about that as I was doing the yoga class, and I'm like, I can't reconcile that. This is too crazy. This is like 2 generations apart. The world has changed so much, but I'm also thinking, you know, am I just... There was no luxury for my grandma to be like, oh, I need to keep a nice toned body because it's a good idea, or people they were just like swept up. They were surviving. They were swept up by the historical events, and they were just there in the middle of this camp doing stuff. And I just thought, you know, it's just funny. Like maybe I'm training for something that's to come. Like, you know, I'm kind of strengthening my body, because you don't know. We think we live in peaceful times now, but who knows what's going to happen.
And unfortunately, you know, I'm a survivor of domestic abuse, and so those things trigger me quite carefully, and I'm always thinking about the safety of women and children. Not so much men, but you know,
the reality is that women and children are an easier target. And I was reading an article about London, because I love London as a city. I absolutely love it. But there's been this thing where young men will run into the elderly and young women and push them over, and they actually managed to push one elderly guy into the canal down in central London. And I just thought, what kind of sociopathic trait is that? You know, and I come from a mental health, you know, environment, and I just thought, well, they can try that with me, but I'm quite strong, basically. I leg press 279 pounds on Thursday. So I'm like, yeah, that's what women have to do now to be safe, you know, in terms of making sure they're strong, making sure there's situational awareness. Don't be on your phone thinking you're in the nice, safe part of London. One, because someone on a moped might grab it. Two, someone who's running might decide they want to push you over. Just because they can do it. Just because they can do it. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on with some young men, and it's not anything to do with race. It's just generally, even when I walk across Putney Bridge, I still remember that guy who pushed the woman early morning. He's having a run, she's going to work, he pushed her on the bridge in front of a bus, and it was only the quick thinking of the bus driver, who was probably an immigrant, who swerved so she wasn't run over by the bus. And I just thought, and up to now they still do not know who this guy is, and everyone's thinking he must be someone very privileged who moves around, and they're covering for him, basically. Yeah.
It reminds me, this is just like a funny anecdote somebody told me about the patriarchy bingo. You know about that?
Yeah, I think I've heard of that. Yeah.
No, not bingo, patriarchy chicken or something. Yeah, right. Okay, so here it is. So, for example, if you're a woman, and I tried it, and it's like it's true, and I did it with my male friend. He was like, "Oh, what do you mean?" But basically, as a woman, if you play the patriarchy chickens, like you walk, and you don't move out of the way for other people, for men, and when you do. Yeah, sorry, and when you keep walking, then you will inevitably bump into a guy, because he won't move out of the way. And when I introduced that concept to my friend, he was like, no, that's bollocks, that's not true. And I'm like, okay, so try to move out of the way every time you get an opportunity to. And he was like, oh shit, yeah, I would have just walked straight, but now I'm moving away. So it's like that little a subconscious or unconscious way of like, I'm walking here, so I'm walking here, this is my path, you are in my way, rather than, oh, someone is equally using the path. So yeah, just that little shift.
Okay, come and join us. Yes, we're just about to have a break, so it's a good time to join us. Maybe some final thoughts. Yes.
Break for ice cream.
Yeah.
Ice cream? Would you like ice cream? I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I'll see what the flavors are doing.
Yeah, we're gonna investigate
Investigate
the ice cream issues. Maybe we'll get some waters in. Let's just get some final thoughts.
But I think it was really interesting, a lot of really great points. I'm probably not going to go to sleep tonight. I'm just going to be thinking about it. But do you know what I mean? Like, but it's just natural. That's just what usually happens. But yeah, we talked about people's stories. We talked about, politics, people's engagement in politics. Talked about inequality. Talking about, whether you feel from this, like, I'm Polish, but I kind of feel quite British in my ways now, even though that British passport, I'm still working on the big admin process, which is just killing me. But yeah, people also sharing their stories. You're not the first person today who kind of shared quite a personal story.
And we had a woman from Trinidad that came to Roehampton to escape domestic violence. So for her, this area, and she's been here for many decades. Safety and freedom as well. So that was an interesting story.
And I think just having the privilege of having somebody from the older generation just chilling here at the table and throwing your side of the story, like, that just never happens. We just don't make time or opportunity to have those connections. So I'm just loved it. Thank you.
Definitely in the break we're going to try and get hold of some blackcurrant jam for you, Monica, 'cause you like that. But in the meantime, have you got any final thoughts for this session? Has it been interesting to hear what people have got to say?
It's been brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Well, it's been great to have you here. It's been
Yeah. You have another one.
Well, we're going to do a bit more later on today. We're just having a little break, a little jam and toast break and ice cream break, and then we'll be back. We can't probably maybe in the Alton Arts Hub we can do some. Do you prefer toast or bread?
Eh?
Toast or bread? What do you prefer?
Toast.
Yeah, same. Every day.
Maybe there's a toaster in the Arts Hub, I don't know. We'll find out anyway in the break. But in the meantime, let's get a final thought from you, Aisha.
Final thought, look after your physical health, look after your mental health, and do what you can to survive.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, we're going to hit the theme tune. Thanks, everybody.
And big thank you to Mike in the middle for just hosting this chat. And yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes, so don't go too far. Come and rest your legs. We're going to get some ice cream. You are welcome to join as well. Nice tattoos. Monica's got something similar, actually. Yeah, he's coming back. Coming down. And this lady's welcome as well.
Yeah, come and join us. This is Talkaoke Pop-Up Talk Show. We're here in Roehampton for one day only. We were just about to take a break, but we just want to find out who you are, what you're about. So,
Come back.
yeah, come back in a bit, but we're
We're just gonna have a cup of tea.
Right, let's just get your name and find out what you're doing here. And
My name's Dave, and I'm just passing by. I just walked from Battersea, so I just want to.
Walk from Battersea.
Yeah, I just walked around Wimbledon, and then.
You're a big walker.
Yeah, I like a big walking.
Wow.
So.
Okay.
Thought I'd just go walk down Richmond Park. But...
You know, there's a theatre event on.
I already done that. I already done my Richmond Park walk.
You've done it already? Yeah.
You know, there's a theatre event going on.
Oh no.
So just literally, if you walk another few yards that way, there's some outdoor theatre going on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I'll come
Maybe we'll just carry on the Talkaoke for like 5 minutes. Stay for 5 minutes. Stay for 5 minutes. Come join us. Yes. We're here till 3:30, but we're just going to do like a 5-minute like extra. Tell us your name. What's your name?
Naomi.
Naomi. What's your name?
Simone.
Simone. And who have you got there?
Baby Asia, granddaughter.
Asia, yeah. Okay. Wow. Come on, sit down. We got Margot, we got Monica, we got Dave. Or David. Dave. And we got Aisha and Mikey. And what's your name? Toya. Okay, so we've been talking about so many different things. We've been talking about very serious subjects like politics, and we've been talking about fun subjects. We're talking about life stories. Yeah, I mean, we were just about to take a break, but just a few people came around. Yeah, maybe we'll get the ice creams in, I don't know, but let's just get 5 minutes. Where are we going to go with this conversation? Yeah, maybe Aisha, where do you want to take it?
I have no idea. I just came to see like what it is, because I live in this area, so I'm like, okay, it pays to know what's going on in Roehampton.
Yeah.
I mean, we could go with something positive. I like living in Roehampton.
I mean, you're a sort of resident here, but you're visiting. Yeah. What should Dave look out for?
What, in Roehampton?
Yeah.
Community stuff, obviously.
Yeah.
Richmond Park is right there. You said you just came from like Wimbledon, which is just like right there. Yeah, it's a great place to go for walks and bike rides. It's just really great.
Walking,
and luckily, a lot of people in this area are quite active and quite outdoorsy. Yeah, so it's great.
So how long have you lived here, love?
I've lived here about 8 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you never remembered the buses going right the way down here?
No.
Ah,
Only
I did.
Yeah.
Oh no,
You know way more than me.
they used to turn where the gates are.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because I lived there, you see, in that block.
So you'll see that. You'll see the historic path of the bus. You're a visitor. How far do you normally walk on Sunday?
Honestly, I can walk like 5-6 hours sometimes. Yeah. That is I don't know if I'm walking away from something or not, but no, yeah, it's just really nice, isn't it?
All over London, or just
Yeah, I'll just pick a direction. I don't even know where are you? Roehampton. Yeah, I didn't even know that. No. I'll pick a direction and walk in it.
How do you get back to where you're from?
I'll walk back the same way.
Just go the back, and you always find your way back.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of just. Yeah, I've heard that a couple of times, but
You sure you don't use Google Maps?
a little bit, just like to sort of navigate. But I like the idea of this is the beauty of London. You can just genuinely just go, I'll go right, and then just keep. You just go in between buildings and in between whenever you can kind of see a path. Sometimes I end up in people's gardens and I realise I should probably reverse. But yeah.
Okay, well let's ask this other time. What's the furthest you've ever walked?
I don't know.
I don't know. You're not sure? Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. Are you a big walker?
Yeah, kind of. I'm walking today. Well,
Yeah. What do you think
sort
about
of.
the idea of just walking and just not even knowing where you're going to go and just?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a good. I've never
It's
met
good.
anyone.
Clears the mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never met anyone that's been such a big walker.
Yeah, we've both got a swallow carrying a message, which is really sweet.
From my mum. There, look, letter in his mouth.
How long have you had this tattoo?
It was done with needle and ink.
Yeah.
My brother did it.
In what year?
Oh God, about 25 years, 30 years.
Wow. Okay. Okay. So, I mean, where do we want to go with this conversation? We want to talk about walking, tattoos. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, someone else is going to have to come up with a subject, yes?
No, I think it's just like we've got so many different generations around the table. And I think that's quite amazing because you know older people in the area, but yeah.
You're a grandmother, you don't know.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still trying to get over that.
I actually am old enough.
But
walks. Walks, exercise, yeah.
Yeah, okay, right. Okay, so, so... Different generations.
Yeah.
Have you lived here a long time?
5 years.
5 years, okay.
So
Where
not
were you from
that
before
long.
that?
We came from Bexley.
Okay, so all the way over the other side of London.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
What brought that change to come all the way from east to west?
Change of scenery, I suppose.
Yeah. And do you
Wanted
like
to be more, yeah, it's nice. Near some greenery.
Yeah.
Lot of greenery.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought there was in Bexley Heath.
Some green, but not like here.
Yeah, so it's better here than in Bexley?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
More greenery.
All right, have you ever walked to Bexley?
I've only just discovered where that is, but I've got a new challenge now. So
Follow the river.
Well, just walk to Peckham, right, and just keep going. No.
No, follow the river. It'll take you all the way to Bexley.
Yeah.
That way.
Follow the river the other way.
On the south side, not the north side.
I've got a plan for next Sunday now. So.
All right, okay, so maybe we can challenge Dave where to walk to. Yeah.
I mean, is Roehampton a place to get away from or to come to?
Okay. Is it a place to get... Do you like to get away from Roehampton or do you like to come back to Roehampton?
Come back.
Okay, why?
Because it's fun.
It's fun, it's a fun place. Is it a very good fun place then? What is fun about Roehampton?
There's lots of nice people.
Okay, so we found that actually today. It's been an incredible amount. Yeah, it's great. Why are there so many nice people in this? Have you noticed this? Oh, are there just nice people wherever you walk?
Yeah, no one's threatened me yet, so that's a good sign.
Well, compared to Battersea.
No, Battersea's just as good, but where I'm from Bristol, but not the nice posh part. The people where they throw.
You walk from Bristol?
I haven't yet, but yeah, I'm from the place where they like throw chips at you and stuff. So that's
Okay.
true.
So it's nice, actually nicer than Bristol, because Bristol's normally kind of that place where everyone says, oh, it's a...
Bristol.
Yeah. Okay.
I think because there's a lot of community spirit in Roehampton, and it's not just for young, it's not just for old, it's for everybody, regardless of the background that they come from, whether they're from Roehampton, like my friend and her family, or whether they've come from outside of London, basically, or outside the UK. So it's a wide range of people who live here.
Yeah. I mean, it is definitely a very friendly place. Welcome. This is Talkaoke. We've got Naomi, Simone, and you begin with us, and Toya, and Margot. Yeah, I know this one. We've got Monica, we've got Dave, we've got Aisha. What's your name?
I'm Richard.
Richard and I'm Mikey. And the moment we're talking about, are you from Roehampton?
I live just across there.
You've said it's a very nice place to come back to because people are so friendly here. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah.
And why are people so nice and friendly in this area?
I don't know really.
Yeah, it's just always been the way. It's the norm.
I mean, I've lived here 11 years. I find people very friendly. I don't know many people very well.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
yeah, I do. It's very diverse. So I think that's.
So it's a nice mixture of all different.
Yeah,
people.
I think so.
Okay, maybe that's it. Okay, maybe we can ask Monica. Monica, why are people so friendly in this area?
Hey?
Why are people so friendly around here?
Around here?
Yeah.
Of course, from me.
Yes, started the
well, if I say I do, Doc, how are you? They've got to bloody answer me, haven't they?
coming from, yeah, so you've started it. Yeah.
No, but I have to say that Monica was the first person on Talkaoke table this morning, so like, yeah, she started the trend for sure. But I recently met somebody who's living in Helsinki, and he was saying how people there are just a little bit bland, you know, because there's no diversity. People have got very kind of, as he described, middle class problems, and there's like, you know, people. His observation was that people are not religious, but they just escape into nature. They kind of like revere nature as just something to give depth to their lives. But he was missing their UK vibes just because it was a bit more happening, and it just made me think, you know, we take this for granted sometimes. Because when I go back to my hometown in Poland, I'm like, oh my God, everything seems just a bit the same, and a bit like I don't know, consumerist. I don't know.
So is it the diversity? What is it about?
I think it's that whole thing where I was saying how people, because of their mental and their physical health, they become a bit socially disconnected. And I mean, I can't say anything bad about Barbados, you know, I'm biased towards Barbados, but I'm also biased towards here. And I'm like, one thing between the two different countries that I've always been aware of, and I have family in other countries as well, and friends in other countries, you have to engage with the culture, whatever the culture is. So, you know, when it was the Queen's birthday and when it was the royal weddings, I was out there with my little flag, I might have my little Barbados flag, but I have my little British flag too, you know. And that was so, like, when it was her Jubilee and everything, and everybody came out, you know, and I was like, I know there are people who are anti-monarchist and anti-royalist, but I'm like, that's so British. It's like, that's something we've got that is nowhere else in the world, basically, you know. We kept our monarchy, we kept our parliament, and the two have figured out a way to live without killing each other so far for the last 400 years, you know. And nowhere else is like that. Like at the moment in America, they're protesting and saying that Trump thinks he's a king, and it's like, well, our British king doesn't behave like that, you know. And for example, if you look at, like, say, Israel, their prime minister is in charge of pressing the bomb button, whereas our king is not in charge of that, thank God, you know. So it's kind of, we've got that special relationship between, we've got the royals and the monarchy, and this is what the royals and the monarchy do, but we've got our parliament, and this is what our parliament does. And 1066 in the English Civil War makes sure that neither oversteps their boundaries, basically. So I think wherever you go, and I mean, it's quite sad about Helsinki because they could engage in a lot of Scandinavian culture there. There's the sauna culture, there's the tribal culture up in the Arctic Circle. And like I said, because I studied international relations, I'm more of an internationalist. And I look at every country and I think every country has got something special and unique. But, you know, a lot of people more are like, oh my God, I hate that country. That's how more people tend to see it,
Engage with the positives, okay, which is what these people have done. You've come to Talkaoke pop-up talk show. We're here in Roehampton. We're actually not from Roehampton, but we're having a great time here because people are super friendly and nice here. As opposed to, where are you from?
Oh, I'm from the small town in Poland called Białystok.
Anyway, we won't talk about that. We have got Margot, we've got Monica, we have got Dave, we have got Aisha, we've got Richard, we've got Naomi, we have got Simone, and well, exactly, that's what I'm coming to. I'm Mikey. What's your name?
My name is Ola.
Ola?
Yes.
And?
Jurek.
Jurek. And well, at the moment we're talking about is there something about this country? Even if we don't really believe too much in the kind of aristocracy, should we be waving our Union Jack flag when there's a birthday or a wedding?
Maybe not a birthday or a wedding, but in terms of the other cultural aspects of,
engage with the
you know,
culture,
like I didn't even know yesterday was Windrush Day. I didn't even know they created a Windrush Day. I should know, but it kind of bypassed me until I was checking up on my social media feed. That lets me know what's really going on. They were like, oh, it's Windrush Day, and they had a little party in Portobello Road. I was like, oh my God, that's so amazing. And of course, they were waving all the Caribbean flags, but they were also waving the little British flag as well.
Okay, so there was Windrush Day yesterday. Did anyone else know that? No, you didn't know? No, I didn't know. Did you know? No?
I mentioned I'm from Bristol, and
Yeah.
there's a huge sort of collaboration between the sort of Caribbean influence within Bristol. Like there's, whilst we do Notting Hill here, they do Simple's Carnival there, and it's truly amazing to see sort of just everybody puts everything aside and everyone comes together. And it's incredible, and it's the most incredible jerk chicken as well, so that's why I love going. So, but no, it is really nice where you do have a sort of day to celebrate it, regardless of what everyone believes. It's just like it's all cultures, mix of cultures.
Everyone can get involved and celebrate all these things.
Yeah. Because I lived in the East Midlands before, so in Nottingham, where the last place I lived, they had the Asian Mila, so we'd all go to that. We had the Caribbean Carnival, we'd all go to that. And then the true British institution in Nottingham is the Goose Fair, basically. And it's like a huge fair, like carnival, people come from all over, and then like all the British people turn up. It's around Bonfire night and sort of October, so it's like an autumn thing. And everyone has far too much cotton candy and far too much to drink and hog roasts and all kinds of things. But that's like a proper Nottingham English institution, and yes, there's British flags, and yes, there's British weird performances, and start singing some, British music from the 80s and stuff like that. So it is amazing, basically, and I think it's like you just need to engage with that aspect of each country you go to. What do they celebrate? When do they have their parties and their festivals?
Okay, so focus on all the different parties and celebrations.
Yeah, definitely.
Richard, is that something you get involved with? Did you know it was Windrush Day yesterday?
I didn't know. No.
Would you have got involved if you'd have known about it?
If there's something local, I would have. Yeah, but I don't know if there is anything local.
Okay. Do you agree with this sort of principle of celebrate all the different things?
I do. I think we're very multicultural or multi-ethnic culture, so that's important.
Okay. So we're talking about celebrating all the different things. Simone, have you got any thoughts on this?
I don't know what I was supposed to say. No, I just said it's just a nice community spirit up here. That's what I was saying, and we've got a community kitchen that offers like free meals to families, and they could come and get stuff for their kids and stuff, all for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's a very community-based place. And that's
Yeah.
really nice.
Yeah.
What do you think about this point about celebrating things? Do you feel like there's enough celebrating going on here?
Yeah, we do we've got one coming up in August. It's like a carnival, sort of a community get-together. And plus it's the kitchen, the community kitchen's anniversary also. So they all collaborating, and we're going to have a big carnival on the green here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Did I hear you saying you can get free meals somewhere?
Yeah, at the community kitchen.
Oh, I'd better go now.
Every Tuesday.
Only on a Tuesday?
Just there. Okay, let me bring in, I feel like I've not brought in Yurik and Ola at all into this, but I don't know, I'm not sure how exactly. Do you feel like that this principle of it getting involved in all the different celebrations? I mean, would you celebrate the Windrush Day or an Indian Mela?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, living in London as immigrants,
Where are you from originally?
We're from Poland. Yeah. So it's just totally natural to us to to share life and also celebrations with everybody else.
In that?
Absolutely, yeah. No, without the question.
You are. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, you very much are. So.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's come from Dave.
British, born and bred.
It's official now. It's
But-
official now because Dave was working.
No, but like I like. Yes.
Yes.
No, but like not just from me, but I think.
Yeah.
I know you do read and you hear things that
Yeah.
kind of says otherwise, but I think overall, all the people I know and everyone,
Yeah.
the communities I've been a part of, everyone's fully
Well, I mean,
they embrace
to be
it.
honest, earlier on around this table, some people were complaining about the whole Brexit moment and how they felt that actually people from
But that
different.
wasn't London. That wasn't London. That was outside of London, where people are unhappy with the state of things where they are. And I think there is something about people who live in London and who are determined to live in London that we're made of quite tough stuff, and we're determined to go through, whether we're an immigrant or if we're born and bred here, because obviously the people who are born and bred here, they see things changing quite rapidly, and they have to make a choice of whether to leg it out to like Kent or somewhere, or Scotland, or whether to stay. And the ones that stay,
Are the ones that like to get involved.
they're like, yeah, this is where I was born and raised, and I'm not going anywhere. No one's going to push me out. I'm going to stay right where I am and make the best of the situation and contribute to my community. So that's a difference, you know.
A final thought from these two. Give us a final thoughts. What are you off to do? Are you going to have fun for the rest of the day, or is that it for now? What are you doing next? Are you not sure?
I'm not sure.
Not sure. Okay.
I'm not sure.
What would you like to do next?
Go park.
Go to park. Give us a final thought.
I'm gonna go home and relax.
Okay,
That's literally what I'm gonna do. Thank you.
Applause, and we got some really good ideas. For yeah.
No, I was just going to say that maybe I missed parts of the conversation, but it seems to me like here people celebrate all sorts of different things. And in Poland, where I'm from, they always celebrate stuff around like a war or some kind of historical events. Now, I don't have a problem with that, but often what that means is they bring a tank and people, like children, go like, oh, there's a tank. They always kind of, the tank comes out.
I don't even know what to say because
Yeah, exactly. Do you know what I mean?
something similar in Barbados.
No, but you know what I mean. It's like, so it's kind of, and I find that just it's a bit of a problem, because then you're celebrating community, but under this banner of a particular country, and you're celebrating it under, in connection with national army, essentially.
National identity, would you say? That it becomes about.
Maybe maybe. I mean, I was brought up in a way that we had patriotic songs at schools. Like, I don't know about you guys, but like we had patriotic. You went to church. You kind of did all the kind of things, and you don't think about it because like a lot of people are doing it. Not everybody, but a lot of people are doing it. So you kind of grow up in it. And on one hand, I'm really grateful that I know these songs, I know my history. But on the other hand, when I see kind of community events where there's a tank and there are soldiers looking friendly and chatting to little children, I just feel like that's just not nice. That's just sending a wrong message.
What it means to be Polish. I'm going to go to other Polish people here. do you agree, disagree? What do you think about
No,
this?
I think first of all it must be different in because I think your experience. No. It's not in Warsaw, and it's not the same equivalent, because equivalent to London would be Warsaw, the capital. Where now I think there's
So is there
more and more.
thing going on where the capital is much more open?
Definitely, absolutely, yeah. It's much more multicultural.
Not as many events as here, because we don't have many cultures in Warsaw that we can celebrate and share between each other.
But it's more colourful than in province.
Give us an example of a provincial town.
Something connected to church, church events are there's a lot, and the majority of population, follows the church calendar and big celebrate, even if they don't go to.
No, but all these festivals, like to celebrate a cucumber or like strawberries or honey. Like for example, these are the festivals I attended as a child with my parents to celebrate the festive of pickled cucumber.
When you said a tank, I thought you meant a military tank, not a tank of pickled cucumbers. Yeah.
You don't keep pickles in the tank. You keep sałatka jarzynowa in the tank because it's so huge. Anyway, it's like a vegetable salad. What you call a Russian salad here, but we add more vegetables in. It's like a Polish meme. Yeah, no, but it's true. I think, but I don't know what I feel about that. You know, like Strawberry Day. I mean, I suppose it's nice because strawberries are tasty. So maybe it's nothing wrong with a Strawberry Day.
Yeah. We call that Wimbledon. Strawberry, that's Wimbledon.
David, Richard, let me bring you in that. I mean, what about the UK identity? Is it, because Margot's saying maybe it's a bit around a military identity or battles and tanks and stuff like that. Do you feel in the UK it's like that? Or do you feel like we've got a different sense of identity?
I don't think it's in the UK. There's too much focus on the military.
Yeah.
I just wonder because we're sitting relatively close to the Roehampton Methodist Church.
Yeah.
One of the things I noticed about Roehampton is the religious diversity.
Yeah.
Now, religion can can cause conflict and division, but it can also be cohesive. So, there's a large. I'm from a Christian community, but there are many Muslims here as well, and think of ways that we can celebrate each other's festivals, for example.
Do you think that can happen more? Do you think?
I think it could happen. Yeah, I think.
Get more involved.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of different churches as well.
Yeah.
But I think that can be a strength as well as potentially a weakness.
Okay, interesting. David, what have you got? Any thoughts on this about the?
So I'm an atheist, but I definitely see what's nice to see here in London. Definitely is that there's a appreciation for each other's religions, but also there's not an appreciation, but if you don't believe in a religion, you're not sort of banished either, and vice versa. No, and vice versa. I just don't belong to a specific religion, but there's nothing from my angle that sort of judges any of them. But it's nice to think that that's also okay. I think people believe in what they believe in, and they're part of a community, and I can definitely see how each religion, a church or a mosque or whatever it is, creates community and sets some sort of guidelines.
But could be like some kind of atheist day?
Absolutely not. No. No. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of it.
So you don't have a day to celebrate. That's the point of it.
But I'll celebrate all of them.
Oh, okay, all right.
No, but like at school, I'm the lucky one. I get to have a little taste of all of them. No, but yeah, no.
Trinidad's like that.
Yeah, like I don't think. Obviously there are bad people. There are people that sort of look down on specific things, but I don't feel like people in certain religions in London are against others. I think they just want to protect their community. It's their guidelines. It makes them feel like they're going to have a happier life, and you can kind of go about your day. And I think, as you mentioned, Richard, there's a Muslim community here, or there could be Jewish community here, and everyone's just welcome. I don't know the area. I'm speaking like I've been living there for 10 years. It's been about an hour, but I just mean kind of in London in general. I definitely feel like there's a huge mix.
For those who don't know, David's just followed his nose and walked in a direction.
I don't really know where.
That's him. He's still part of the borough. You're still part of the borough. He's still part of Wandsworth borough, basically. So we're still part of the borough. So he's not completely vanished.
Yeah.
And I just want to get what's your name over here? Oh, Floyd. Floyd, you're welcome to join us.
With Floyd, but it's been an absolute pleasure.
Give us a final thought.
Absolutely beautiful area and a beautiful round of table of people. But I'm going to keep walking and.
Yeah, I mean, do you do this regularly? Have you discovered other strange things that you didn't expect to discover on your walk?
I have, but I won't repeat them on the radio. But this is definitely a first, and I thought I was going to walk past, and I was like. It's one of those things I'll remember. So yeah, and I was just like, I'm gonna walk back and I'm gonna sit down, and I'm glad I did. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've got one. Yeah. Cheers.
Yeah, okay. I mean, maybe it's time just to take. We were going to take a little break, weren't we?
Let's take a little break for a wee and other things,
Yeah.
and then ice cream.
Okay, well let's get some final thoughts then from everyone. Have you got final thought for us, Richard?
No, I've really enjoyed this. Thank you. It's a really nice idea.
Did you go to the theatre performance down there, or did you know about that?
No, I didn't. No.
It might even be on. There's an outdoor theatre.
It finishes at 2.
At 2, so it's just maybe just started just now.
I need to take this home.
Yeah. But thanks for joining us.
No, I've enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, just around that. Yeah.
Give us a final thought.
I think I already gave mine before, but I was just saying, look after your health, basically, physical and mental health, and do what you can to survive. That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay. Final thought, Monica.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
It's been.
I know it's been lovely to have you here, and hopefully you'll stay for part 2, and we might have Margot in the middle.
Yes,
have you got a final thought, Margot?
No, just ice cream for everyone.
Ice cream for everybody. That sounds a good idea. You've not been here for too long.
But we are happy we've joined, definitely.
Yeah, great idea about the round table. Amazing. We love it.
Well, I've been doing it a long time. We'll just take a break now. Hannah already started playing the theme music.
So one more time, well done, Mike in the middle, beautifully hosted, and you definitely earned an ice cream. And Floyd, maybe if your bus is late, you can come and join us, just come a little closer, but really nice to have you as well. So yeah, enjoy your break, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Talkaoke. We are here in Roehampton, of all places. We are here today, but we haven't just started. We've been here since this morning, but it wasn't me in the middle. It was Mikey, but now he's just a civilian on the outside, and I'm in the middle. There's a person maybe joining us over there, this mysterious lady. But for now, let's just find out who's sitting on the outside of the table, and I'm going to start from here. What's your name?
Charles.
Charles, welcome.
Jackie.
Jackie, welcome.
Aisha.
Aisha, still here, very good.
Jurek.
Hola.
Hola, and who do you have here?
Mikey.
Mikey on the apples. Okay, so this is Talkaoke. It's a pop-up talk show. The way this whole thing works is that I don't know what we're going to be talking about. It's up to you what we want to talk. You know, on this, you can decide on the subjects on this table. So right now, as this is the beginning of session number 2, we don't have any subjects. Do you have any subjects? Anything that you want to get off your chest? Anything that you want to discuss, complain about, celebrate, ponder, ask? Welcome. What's your name?
Monica.
Monica. Welcome. Okay, Jackie, Charles, as you just arrived, do you have any subjects that you want to throw out there? Just see what happens.
Well, what do you think of Roehampton so far? You've only been here for like, how many hours? 4 hours?
You?
You? Yeah, what do you think of Roehampton? So, you're here now?
You know what, it's actually, I'm not supposed to have any opinions in the middle, so this is a tricky one. Luckily, it's not very controversial. I can say I really like it, but I just wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on Roehampton? And are you from here? Do you live here?
I've lived here since 2016, so no, I'm not from here, but I lived here. And yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
I don't know if it's an insult or is a compliment.
Okay. Have you heard of the regeneration that was supposed to be happening here? Like, what, been talking about it for 20 years and it hasn't happened, and you know, there are lots of people who have been moved away and lots of temporary people have been moved in, so it's all been, and this big development company came here, and after COVID they pulled out, and apparently the council spent £10 million on them, and we only saw 8 new flats, so it was, yeah, from them, so yeah.
Okay, so does anybody know about this? Have you heard about this development? Is there something in your area?
I mean, I know about it, and unfortunately the council trusted these people, but it's not particularly just Roehampton. It is Wandsworth Council. Dodgy territory there, but I've lived in this area about 10 years. I've lived in Wandsworth for about 10 years, and I've gotten to speak to lots of different people from different areas as well. And when they said they were going to regenerate and all this stuff about, you know, this developer coming in and stuff like that, I thought to myself, well, remember when I had some issues with my private landlord, and I spoke to a council office worker, environmental health, and they basically said all the new flats along the river were all empty because they were developed by developers, but the cost of them and the rent of them, so if you want to buy them or if you want to rent them, was too high for the local people who live in Wandsworth, and probably if the whole of London in general. So I just thought, oh, that's an empty, soulless community. And I'm like, in my head I was going, is that what they want to turn Roehampton into, an empty, soulless community? And it's definitely not like that now. So
But there's a danger of that maybe coming.
yeah, and I just think that's, because whenever I go and walk in those new developments down by the river in this borough, not the Battersea one. The Battersea one is thriving. They did that one quite well. But when I go and walk in the other developments, they are empty and soulless. I mean, it could be 4 o'clock and I walk and there's no school children. There's no school children. When I walk here, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, there's kids around. I'm like, okay, yeah.
So maybe, okay, so we're talking about the developers, we're talking about what makes community, definitely not empty flats, that's what you're saying. Also, is it typical of Roehampton? Is it something that other people from other parts of London, but maybe also the world, are experiencing as well? Were there the concerns like this back when you were out and about a few years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 60 years ago? Mike, you have a point.
Well, I just, first of all, I've been really impressed with Roehampton because it is such a friendly place, and I think there is a lot of community here. But I'm from Poplar, the west where we're based, and we've got similar issues with developers. I mean, it's you know, I don't think it's one particular council. It's just the era that we're in now. And talking about what you were saying about this kind of destruction of the heart of the community. And yeah, I think it's happening from the middle of London outwards. So luckily I think places like Poplar and Roehampton are far away out from the centre to still have their character and their community. But the way that they pay for regeneration is by selling extra they make the houses more dense, so they put more flats and more houses in the same amount of space and sell the extra ones to some rich people that want to buy it.
I mean, are rich people just bad assets to a community? Should we just banish rich people from moving to a community?
It's not the issue that it's rich people. It's the issue that it's rich people who have zero investment in the community, basically. So you're selling the flat to someone who looks at it as an investment. They don't look at it as a place to raise children. So you don't need a school in that development. They don't look at it as a place for a leisure centre, a library, community activities. They look at it as an investment. And when it becomes an investment, like I said, when I go and walk around those new developments between 3 and 4 o'clock down by the river, they are no children. They're no children at all. And these people have enough money to have kids, but they don't live there because they don't view it as a community. They view it as an investment, and that's the difference. It's fine. Like, there's loads of rich people that live in Putney and near Roehampton, and I see them with their kids walking up and down with the private school. There's actually a private school here in Roehampton called Ibstock, which is a day school, and every time I cycle by, I see the kids out there and they're doing stuff and everything, you know. But there's certain rich, quote-unquote, expensive places where there are no children, which is kind of creepy.
Okay, so no children is creepy. Are there many children where you live? I mean, are you know, what's it all about? What makes a real community? Is it about...
A pub makes it.
Any particular pub that you enjoy going to?
Loads. I don't know where to start, but I think
Our pubs here have kids in them, but you go to some of the other pubs, there's no kids in the pubs.
Okay, so I mean, do you select your pubs based on how many children there are? Or?
No, just any open pub is good enough for me. But I remember, I think 15 years ago there was kind of trend of closing down the pubs precisely because the prices of houses which where there was a pub on the street were lower compared to the ones without a pub. Do you remember that there was this kind of a whole thing about it? That's why, you know, I was serious about saying that where there's a pub, that means that there's a community.
Okay, so pubs, families, these are the things that kind of build a community, but also it's like, do we need to flip on its head the idea of what is an asset? Is assets just flats, property, or can community be the asset? And is there a kind of asset test before you buy a flat somewhere? Should there be one?
I mean, I think it's interesting with pubs because, yeah, people have been seeing it on a purely commercially, it's not a big money maker, and as you say, it reduces the house prices nearby. But if there's no pubs in the whole area, then that devalues the community. It's certainly happened in Tower Hamlets. We've got very few pubs, and most of them have closed down. And now they're trying to reinstate them as community ventures, but the pubs are much smaller, and we've lost a lot of the pubs because they've seen it just in commercial terms. Commercially, it doesn't work, but community-wise, it's very important.
I mean, I just want to link it to the very early on conversation from today when we were talking about public art. I mean, somebody built this bison. No, it's a bull back in the 60s. I mean, do you think that they were kind of feeling like, okay, I'm going to plonk some art there that's going to really galvanize community around it? Can public art do that? Charles, you're not in your head.
Well, yeah, I mean, this estate was built as sort of a utopian project back in the 50s and 60s. It was like one of the grand examples of new housing estates. There's some fantastic books on that you can sort of read when it was built. It's like one of the largest housing estates in Europe. So the vision of the estate is fantastic, and it was built around community, but it's only really broken down the community in probably the last couple of decades when it's been allowed to sort of deteriorate, and because of that they've actually switched to a lot of temporary housing. Because I used to live here on temporary housing, and one of the issues with temporary housing is you have a lot of older people with mental health or disabilities, and live here just for a short amount of time. And that breaks down social cohesion because you haven't got people here who are invested in the long run. And that seems to have been a strategy from the council to actually do that, to actually break down and thus justify actually redeveloping the estate rather than maintaining it, which would probably be the best sort of vision for the estate. That was because I was involved in a little bit in the Alton estate sort of campaign 5, 6, 7 years ago or something when I was first around here. I've now moved just up the road onto another estate. So there seems to be that approach that if you allow the estate to deteriorate, then you can justify knocking stuff down. But it turns out, because this is such a great architectural feat, that loads of it's listed and they can't really do that much with it. So during COVID, the actual developer did pull out, even though, as you said, it was a dreadful plan. They planned to put in loads of new houses, and there's only been something like 8 extra houses for people, right? It was really a dreadful sort of plan. But they wanted to just take advantage of the fact that it was built on this sort of vision. It's right next to Richmond Park, so it's a great asset. But then, where's the community goes? So there's been a long-term erosion of the community.
Okay, so long-term erosion of the community. I mean, how easy is it to change the course of, life of an estate like this? I mean, if the developers, if the council have got plans for it, what can you do as an individual member of community, or maybe a group of I mean, has anybody here apart from yourself?
I and this is how I know Jackie, actually. She's a good friend of mine. She's done a lot of these, but I do, because I'm from an arts design background around here, and to put on a lot of projects. I at the moment run electronic music event in this actual hub around here every couple of months, and I've done various other arts and crafts things. So things like that build up, right? But it takes a lot of effort to put them on, and you can only really do these things if it's like a labour of love. It's not an earner. It's not an earner. It's really not, and getting all the funding is very difficult. I mean, Jackie's got loads of stories about how when you apply for it, you get hardly any money, but the amount of effort you have to put in to get any grants really doesn't justify it, and you can't really make a living from it. It's very difficult. If you're an artist or a creative or anyone in the arts or culture, it's very difficult. So it's hard to actually build up sort of culture around these places. mainly through the bureaucracy.
Okay, so bureaucracy kills creativity and kills good project. I mean, I don't know if there are any artists around the table. What is your kind of experience of making art, doing your passion project? Is it easy? Is it difficult? What makes it so? And do we just need to make art and creativity and these activities that you are involved in? Do we need to make a business case for it, for anybody to pay any attention? Like, what is the solution, Mikey?
I mean, I think there is. The way that art is funded, by and large, in the UK is through a very bureaucratic process. And my experience being an artist as well is that the people that tend to get the money are the ones that are very good at filling out the forms, and they're not necessarily, you know, they're good at ticking boxes, but creativity is not really box ticking. It's almost the opposite of that. So I think it's very hard. I mean, I understand the bureaucracy and that it's trying to be fair, but in the end, often it kills the creativity.
Okay, welcome to this person who took the leap and she crossed the road. Come and join us. Don't be afraid. These are just normal people just sitting having a chat on Sunday afternoon. We've got Monica, we've got Ola, we've got Jurek, we've got Asha, we've got Jackie, we've got Charles, we've got Mikey. My name is Margot. This is Talkaoke. Grab a seat, and maybe just to start with, just get comfortable. You've got stuff for the fridge. Very good. Just let me just grab your name. What's your name?
Sorry, it's Anne.
Anne. Sorry, it's Anne, or is it Anne? Can I call you Anne? Welcome, Anne. Welcome, Anne. So this is just a talk show. We're having a conversation about lots of different things, talking about community, talking about developers, talking about what erodes community and whether art and creativity can actually bring the community together. But then we're hearing from the artists around the table that actually, if you're a great artist and do it out of passion, out of love, there's not really that much money to be made in then. You have to be very good at bureaucracy, filling in the forms and stuff like that. So do we need to make a business case for community somehow? And we've got a new voice joining us as well. Just let us know your name.
Natalie.
Natalie, welcome. I'm not going to do a recap, but hopefully you heard a little bit of what's been going on here. So here we are. Asha, you had something to say?
I'm the bureaucrat.
Okay. Are you good at filling forms? Can you help Charles out with getting something?
So obviously, like I said earlier, I did law and politics. So lots and lots of paperwork, lots and lots of organising, lots and lots of forms, lots and lots of long legal processes, start to finish.
What's your secret?
Ticking the box.
You're not falling asleep as you do the forms.
I don't know why I find it interesting, but that might be the neurodivergent autistic side of me.
Hyper-focused on
Yeah, and because I used to work in property, and I could visualize the property in my head in a way that no one else could. I noticed that, and I was like, how comes I can visualize? Well, I did grow up on building sites, there's that aspect of it, but I'm also very good at geography and history and reading.
Polish, because like every other Polish person.
I'm reading deeds, reading property deeds. I'm good at that. I'm good at the history, I'm good at the geography, which you kind of need to know for the property, and then I'm good at the tick box exercise. Yeah.
Okay, so you're an all-rounder, so do we need more all-rounders?
I'm not good at creativity.
Yeah, well, okay, so is it about, okay, and give us a final thought, where are you off to now?
I'm off home.
Well, good. Enjoy being home, put the stuff in the fridge.
I've got my shop and I need to get to the fridge.
Will you be cooking tonight? Will you be cooking something tonight?
Nothing hard. That's why I need to get to the fridge now.
Listen, it has to be a priority on a hot day. Stay chill. Keep it chill, yeah? Cheers, Anne. Okay.
Everybody has different skills.
So everybody's got different skills, but also I'm interested in this idea of, you said you were good at something, but then you could envisage the property, you could kind of design it in your mind. I mean, do we need more visionaries working alongside, property developers and the council? Should there be like a resident artist or creative brain part of these kind of like dry processes?
I mean, the thing about, this is my experience of going to Germany, which is a very bureaucratic country. They love admin and filling out forms. But I think actually, I hate it. I find it really impossible. But And it kind of put me off really doing anything in Germany. But I think the reason behind it is it's a more fair, equal country than the UK. And I think that's the issue with bureaucracy. It's often there to make things more fair, but what it does is sometimes kill the vibe as well.
I mean, are Germans just they're equitable in how they, I don't know, make decisions, but are they as fun as the UK crowd? I don't know. Have you been to Germany?
Have I actually? Yeah, once. Sorry. Yeah.
Was that for any bureaucratic reasons or for fun reasons?
Just for fun. Just for fun. Yeah. Yeah. They've got a really good creative scene out there. So yeah, really good.
So Mikey, maybe you just need to go where Natalie went. No, it's like, you know. But yeah, what about this kind of bureaucracy? I mean, like, anybody artistic on this side of the table? Because I just wonder, how do people do it? How do people do it in other countries? I'm just curious. You know, is it about bureaucracy? Is it about ticking boxes? You know.
But I told you how
is
they
it?
do it in Barbados.
Yeah. How do they do it in Barbados?
So there is a big creative scene in Barbados, but even though there's bureaucracy, basically people find out ways of getting around the bureaucracy, and that's how it works.
Okay, so find a way around it. I'd say it's quite a Polish way as well.
They either have a friend who knows how to go through the bureaucratic channels, or they just go around it anyway and just deal with the consequences.
Okay, so it's just like, it's this kind of like the drive, the kind of the can-do attitude. You don't wait for
whether we have your permission or not.
Yeah, you just go plan. But I mean, like, do you think that would work here in Roehampton,
they
or
call the police?
Yeah. I mean, but I wonder about, you know, the developments in this area and how art is done here, how creative projects are done here. Are you able to kind of foster this mindset? It's like, well, haters gonna hate, I'm just gonna do it.
There are some positive things that a project did. There was a project called My Roehampton years ago, run by a guy called Jonathan from Citizens Advice. And as an artist, if you don't have a social enterprise or an organization in which you can be eligible for funding, sometimes it's difficult for individual artists who don't have an organization to get funding. So Jonathan, when he was around, he actually made it possible for artists and individuals to get funding for small projects, but obviously small projects, nothing sustainable, nothing that you can get work from. So it does help as an artist to form an organization in order to get funding. But as he was saying earlier, it's great if you have somebody who is experienced. That's what their job is, to apply for funding. Because personally, I run an organization, I do that myself, but I also have products which people can buy. They can buy workshops, so therefore it also makes it easier, different form of income, which is more sustainable. So.
And can I just ask you, as you've got the mic, like, what is your artistic practice? What kind of stuff do you do as an artist, as a creative person?
I have a museum, African mobile museum. Wow. Yes, running workshops based on sort of African history and current affairs. So gamifying it as well and making it also accessibility of art, because I believe that art shouldn't just be like for certain people, should be for everybody to be able to access, and also for it not to be always be a product. It shouldn't always be something that people purchase or people can or put too much value. I like to make art which you can break afterwards. It shouldn't be about people using it as an asset. Property can be an asset. Why should everything be an asset? Empty houses are assets. For who? For what? You can't eat them, you know.
What
so
about the asset of experience, of interaction with the art, of having your mind challenged? Is that an asset? Can we make a case for this kind of asset, for the artwork that can be destroyed, like, you know?
Yeah, maybe the word asset, because people kind of invest so that they can make more money and kind of secure wealth and keep their wealth, to the hoard wealth. And what's that about? Yeah.
Okay, can we hoard art the way, or creativity? Can we hoard creativity the way we hoard money? And welcome to Talkaoke. It's just a pop-up talk show for one day only in Roehampton. We've got Charles, we've got Jackie, we've got Asha, we've got Jurek, we've got Ola, we've got Monica, we've got Mikey. My name is Margot. What's your name?
Soliana.
Soliana, welcome and thank you for joining us. I will do a little recap. We were talking about the community, why people are here, what goes on here. We talked about kind of temporary accommodation here for people and the developer wars. We were talking about people accumulating assets, but are we accumulating the right thing? Should we be accumulating creativity? And yeah.
And I want to just know more about this museum. Is it like a... I mean, it's a museum. I just want to hear more about what it is and what is it. The whole of Africa? Is it a particular country? Is it focusing on culture, on art, on traditions, on history, or all of the above?
Okay, so the Mobile African History Museum.
Okay, my current workshop is called Eco Mask Workshop. So basically the workshop is inspired by masks made by an African artist from recycled materials, kind of trying to make a commentary on how all the stuff he's making it out comes from the West and he's selling it back to the West or something like that. But anyway, currently the workshop is anybody, schools, libraries, community groups can book me to come with my display, and they'll have information about particularly about recycling, the new green transition and how Africa is going to be affected by it. Couple of stories, the DRC, how everybody's talking about solar panels, you know, electric cars, but all that minerals are going to come from Congo, how Congo going to be affected by it. So by seeing where the display, people are able to discuss these issues, but also I have some games, which one of the games is called Timeline of Exploitation in the Congo. So it's a game, and you play the game and you get information about it. So it's kind of interactive. There's nothing valuable in the museum, nothing sort of like artifacts. But it's all information and games, so people can be able to talk and make masks in the end as well. So you can make a mask, yeah. Yeah, at the end, yeah. I'll take your information, I'll email you once it's all ready. It's not completely ready, yeah. So you can book me, hopefully you can book me, and yeah.
Well, thank you so very much. And this is really fantastic. And we've got some snacks, which is always very good. Please help yourselves. But yeah, so how about going into a museum where you actually learn about the relevance, the link between the history of Congo and also the contemporary conversations about the solar energy, how is it going to affect people? You're just playing a game, but you are actually taking away quite a lot of information and interactions and have your mind pushed. I mean, is there value in that? I mean, there's tremendous value.
I think it's what that made me think of is social capital. And
what do you mean by social capital?
So it's basically investing back in your community and investing back in your society. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of that I think in the UK, in other places, in the USA. I have to put my hand up and say I see a lot of it in Barbados, and one of our most famous rich people is Rihanna. And people don't know this about Rihanna because she doesn't publicize it, but we know about it because we are from Barbados. We know what she's done. We know what she gets involved with. There was one lady in Barbados, Rihanna wore one of her crochet dresses and just posted it on Instagram. And I mean, it's not a designer dress. It doesn't cost 5,000 whatever, you know.
It doesn't have a label.
It doesn't have a label. The lady did not have a label on this thing. You would not know who made it. But when Rihanna wore it, the lady said all her orders just exploded from inside Barbados and from outside of the country as well. Like, people were literally coming to Barbados for her to measure them, to make these crochet dresses. And what it was that I think she had a disability or illness or something, so she picked up crocheting, and that's social capital there, where Rihanna wore something very simple, you know, that could be easily destroyed. You know, if you wear it in the sea, it'll disintegrate. If you leave it on the line in Barbados too long, the sun will bleach it, you know. So it's not something that's going to, you know, last forever.
Yeah, it's not very practical.
But it provided that lady with an income and a recognition of her craft. That's social capital. Another thing that Rihanna done, she donated to the hospital in Barbados. So that's not only going to help, like, the local people who live in Barbados, that's going to help the tourists who come there and who have like any kind of medical issues, and that's also going to help, when I said we had the cruise ships there, it will help anyone who's on a cruise ship who needs medical attention. And that's something Rihanna done quietly. No, people don't really know these things, that she's done these things. Yeah.
Okay, so this is incredible. I mean, I don't know if people know who Rihanna is. Do you know who Rihanna is?
Hey?
Do you know who Rihanna is?
No.
Does anybody just like explain very quickly? Charles, do you know who Rihanna is?
Not personally.
You know Korean. Okay, you chew away. We've got, yeah.
One of the best singers of all time, in my opinion.
She's a...
One of the best singers of all time.
Okay. So she's one of the best...
She's a celebrity
artists.
billionaire.
Okay, so she's a celebrity billionaire, and I think she sings as well, quite well. And she's from Barbados.
She does acting as well. Ocean's 8.
So she does acting. Well, look out for Rihanna. She's big. She's out there, you know. But this is interesting. What do people think about? By the way, thank you for the snacks. Have the snacks. They're here to be had. Wow, I would like to try this one if there's any left. But obviously, no biggie. But this is really interesting. Like people do something small, and then the celebrity comes and amplifies it. And yeah, okay, maybe that is social capital. Says Aisha. So, Mikey, I mean, do you think it would help Talkaoke that some kind of celebrity, I don't know, like a Nobel Prize winner, like, yeah, if Rihanna did Talkaoke, do you think that would help? Is it necessary for success?
It definitely would. I mean, I just think it's a bit unfair that one person's got so much. Whoa, whoops, that's my fault. Yeah. One person's got so much power to influence the whole world. You know, like. I'm wearing a shirt. This is actually made by a Johannesburg designer, so it's a contemporary African shirt. But nobody's going to go find. You know, me wearing it is not going to make any difference to the guys. Well, it's a large. But yeah, I mean that's the thing. Is like, shouldn't all the clothes we wear kind of influence not just what Rihanna wears?
Are you an influencer? Are you a local influencer? I mean, this dress is gorgeous. May I just say, this dress is beautiful. Oh, really? Girls, both, so stylish, so stylish. Come and join us. My name is Margot. What's your name?
Hi, I'm Katie.
Katie, come and join our talk show. Just talk about fashion. We've got ice creams, we've got snacks, we've got biscuits. You've got Oreo cookies. I've got ice cream.
Whatever it's called anyway.
Yeah, whatever it's called. I can't really pronounce it. But what are you doing in this area? Do you what?
I can't pronounce it as well.
That's good. That makes two of us at the very least. We were just talking about Rihanna. Did you know that Rihanna, the singer, she donated quietly to a local hospital in Barbados, and that she wore a dress made by just a local lady, no brand. And yeah, what do you think about that? Is it important for celebrities to endorse?
It is very important. It is very important. Sorry, I'm not gonna sit long because my daughter. I'm cooking for my daughter. Yeah, I know it is very important. I'm not gonna lie to you. I wear Rihanna makeup as well. I used to wear MAC, but then I changed to Rihanna because it's more of my skin color. Sorry, I'm not trying to be racist, but it's more my skin color, and I never used to get rash on my face because the products, whatever she uses to make her makeup and stuff, is really good for us. Sorry to say that again, black skin. Yeah. So that's the thing. It is very important. I really love that because there's another. Is it Kanye West? One of them donated to a hospital in Africa, medicine and stuff, which is very, very important. I love that. I mean, it's good when the rich people are looking after us. Yeah, you know, it is.
As an asset, which is what we've been talking about.
Yeah, which is very, very good. That's very, very important.
I mean, this is really fantastic stuff. And are you from this area? Are you just passing through?
Yes. I am from this area.
That's good. A lot of people are from this area. Some people are not from this area, but we're just finding out what is this community about, and also, do we need a celebrity endorsement too? For example, Charles here runs music workshops, right? Electronic music workshops here, and Jackie runs a museum. A mobile museum. But, you know, do they need some kind of celebrity endorsement to make it big?
I would just like to know which celebrity would you ideally get to run your museum or to endorse your museum or endorse your music workshops? And I guess I could ask that same question to myself, like, which celebrity would I like to have endorse Talkaoke? Final thought, let's get final thought from...
Is it Kathy?
Katie. Okay. Give us a...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so here we are. I mean,
Okay, is there an ideal, the most ethical, the most relevant celebrity that could endorse Roehampton, a Wandsworth art fringe, your art, your fashion line, your workshops? You know, I'm going to come to Jackie and I'll come to you.
I'm not personally fussed about celebrity endorsement, but for personal reasons, because I think it's hot, Daniel Craig.
Okay. It's a big agreement from the spirit. Daniel Craig. Okay, can I just ask, what is it his personality? Is it his haircut?
I just think he's just hot. Yeah, even as an old guy, I just think he's hot.
All round hotness. Maybe we could write to him.
I did actually. Funny story.
Okay, tell us.
I used to manage a charity shop in East Sheen, and one of our customers was a dry cleaner, and Daniel Craig used to go to their dry cleaners, and
so he's local.
He lives in East Sheen. Yeah.
Where is it? Daniel Craig, if you're listening, come to Talkaoke. Daniel Craig wanted a Talkaoke.
By Jackie.
By Jackie in particular. It's a special request from Jackie. You may remember her from the dry cleaners.
Anyway, yeah, so the dry cleaner said to me, oh, he's a very generous person, very nice. And I said, oh, we need some donations here. And said, oh, you should write him a letter. He said he came to ask that, you know, the people wanted a charity, but I didn't get the chance because then I got moved to a different branch. But anyway, that was my...
You tried. You at least like entertained the idea, which I guess was easy to entertain because he's hot, as you said. Okay, yes, are there any celebrities that would, you know, that you would benefit from being endorsed by? I'll come to Asha, then I'll come to you, Charles.
It doesn't have to be a celebrity. I'm trying to think. Oh, right. So another example of social capital is when I grew up, I was raised in a church. Now, the church was a very old building, but it was also a hurricane shelter. You would think the government would spend money on a hurricane shelter. No, the government would not spend any money on the hurricane shelter. So the roof needed replacing. But the money was, some of the money that the church received actually had to go to the diocese because it was a Church of England church. So they had their budget that they had to send back to, you know, the Archbishop of Canterbury and the rest of the Anglican churches. And then they would divide it up amongst the churches. So what they decided to do instead was that they decided to take a separate collection for the church roof. So people could decide where they wanted their money to go. Did they want their money to go to the church roof, or did they want it to go to the diocese? So they kept. That wasn't very popular the church was fine with it. So some people, they just continued putting in their tithe, and some people, if they had a bit more, they'd put in their tithe, and they put in for the. They put in the collection for the church roof.
I'm just going to tell this person, come and join our talk show just talking about celebrity endorsement. And you get free ice cream as well, and a biscuit if you're into biscuits. But come and join us for a second. Tell us what celebrity could endorse Roehampton? Who would be like the perfect celebrity? Which languages do you speak?
Macedonian.
Oh, Macedonian.
Do you speak Macedonian?
Any other languages? Kaksi?
That's Bulgarian.
No, that's Bulgarian. I'm sorry, I don't speak Macedonian. But come and join us. Maybe you get better English. Come and join us. Or Polish. There's some Polish representation here as well. Any other languages, people? Okay, it's Polish and English and Macedonian. How do you say hello in Macedonian?
Zdravo.
Zdrava, everybody. Zdrava. So please give this lady a drink and an ice cream and a biscuit. Okay, so we're talking about celebrities.
It doesn't have to be a celebrity. It could be various members of the community. And the funny thing is that in addition to collecting, we actually had builders who came to the church, and the builders said that they would take some of their free time and contribute to
to fixing the roof and getting a new roof. So it doesn't always have to be a celebrity, but it can be someone who does have more time, more skills, or they have a bit more extra money that they want to donate, basically.
Okay, so maybe we don't need a visible celebrity. Maybe every one of us could be some kind of, celebrity and influence somebody who can invest their money into community and time and energy and skills. But I never got your name. I'm Margot. What's your name?
Ivana.
Ivana, welcome Ivana. We've got Charles, we've got Jackie, we've got Asha, we've got Jurek, we've got Ola, we've got Monica, and as I said, you said Mikey, and Mikey's got a point. Thank you.
No, this is just like rewinding a little bit from the celebrity endorsement, because I didn't really think about. Now I've thought about it. If I was going to get a celebrity to endorse Talkaoke, I think I'd get Mike Skinner from the Streets to do it.
Any particular reason?
No, just like it's from the streets. We're from the streets, so yeah, exactly. And he's like an urban poet as well.
Urban poet, okay. Charles, what about you? Which celebrity would you? I mean, is it about celebrity for you?
Well, I'm not really into celebrities, but we do a music thing. And I was thinking maybe Daft Punk. Because they're like anti-celebrity celebrities, so they could do like the whole robot thing and come down and do that. And I think that aesthetic, it bring it around the world, exactly. Yeah. And they got like that futuristic, sort of retro-futuristic aesthetic that is pretty much this environment. And it'll bring a bit of glamour to that as well. And they got like this like arty sort of style as well. And everyone likes them. If you don't like them, there's something wrong with you. You know what I mean?
I mean, does anybody? I'm just gonna ask everybody here. Do you know Daft Punk? Yeah. What do you think of them? Do you listen to Daft Punk?
Go on.
Do you listen to Daft Punk?
I used to listen, yes.
And then what happened?
I changed my playlist to something else.
Okay, is it still okay that somebody used to listen to Daft Punk, but then they changed their playlist? Is that still okay? That's fine.
They've been going for ages, like since the 90s. So.
Okay, so it's okay.
And they're not around now. They've actually broke up. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe they should play their reunion gig in here. Okay, I can really feel I'm high on sugar right now. Go on, Mikey.
No, well, just going back. This is also rewinding a little bit, but maybe we've got Stephen's going to join us again. There is a kind of modernist sort of vibe here. Modernist, it's like a sort of like, as you're saying, this kind of utopian, like it's almost like design for life kind of sort of vibe, which is kind of, to me, it's got that very kind of 80s, sort of almost like Depeche Mode, who were from Basildon, or people like that, or Orchestral Manoeuvres in the Dark, these kind of 80s bands that were very kind of utopian, or very kind of believing in the future, because I think these days we don't believe in the future quite as much as they did back then.
Okay, so do we believe in the future? There's a splinter conversation happening here as well. Monica, do you believe in future?
In the future?
Yeah.
Well, I'm a bit old now to believe that.
I think you're really well positioned to believe in the future if you so wish. Do you believe there's hope, there's a future for this world?
Yeah, for this lot, yeah.
For this lot?
Yeah.
Okay. The rest, maybe they need to work a bit harder. So these guys are fine, it's just the rest of the world, maybe they're not.
Oh, well, I don't know the rest of the world, love, you see.
Great point, well made. Thank you, Monica. But we've got a new face joining us around the Talkaoke table. So we've got Mikey, we've got Charles, we've got Jackie, we've got Ivana, we've got Aisha, we've got
Stephen,
returning face. We've got Jurek, we've got Ola, we've got Monica. Absolutely. And I'm Margot, and this is still Talkaoke. We're talking about, okay, so there's a bit of a modernist vibe in this area. There's a bit of a future and the kind of retro futuristic optimism and utopian. This was a utopian kind of development maybe back in the day. There is some erosion of a community, but maybe there's stuff also happening, a labour of love for some people to bring the community together to do something different, like the museum. Can you just say the name of the museum again?
Ubuntu Museum. So it's online. I'm kind of rehashing it. So it's not ready yet, but hopefully by July I'll be ready for people to book workshops.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've run some test workshops in this local hub here 2 years ago, but I was redeveloping it to make it more sort of sustainable, yeah.
Okay, so sustainability of your business model, of your kind of art venture. So we were talking about that. We were talking about things, the perspectives from Barbados, and that got us talking about, celebrities. Do we need a celebrity to endorse this borough? Is Rihanna a good person, or maybe Daniel Craig is a bit better because he's a bit more good looking.
He lives near us.
And he lives nearby. And that's it. And do we believe in the future? Is there hope? You're saying yes. Mikey, what do you think?
Well, I just want to come back to Jackie's story about the mining in the Congo and how it's connected to the solar panels, but it's also connected to so many things like history of colonization, but also the future. It's all woven into like one very, very complicated story. So, and that's the thing. It's all very, very complicated. So I think that's, back in the day when this was made, things were a lot simpler, and it's just like, we're going to build it for the people. But now it's just got a lot more complicated because we've got to think about the whole world. We've got to think about the consequences of, like if you've got concrete here, it's got to come from somewhere. You're extracting it from somewhere else. I'm just saying, it's got, not for a bad reason, but it's just got more complicated now.
So do we know too much? Are we just too aware of what's going on in the world? Is that kind of like stopping us from making like small kind of taking small action to change things? Are we just too aware of history of everything? Natalie, you are kind of connected to the Wandsworth Arts Fringe. What's the program been like so far? Is it reflecting the complexity of the world that we live in? Is it about simplifying the stories? Is it about kind of unpicking the complications? What is it about? Can art play actually any role in translating these complex stories? You can answer that, you don't have to, it's a big question.
No, I definitely think art has a space, I think in everything, in a way of kind of telling stories and in the way of communicating with people, and in a way of unifying people as well. I wasn't involved in the WAF, so I don't know about the programming for it, to be honest, but I've worked a lot with different kind of charities and community groups on being able to connect people with different stories and being able to find different ways to engage with different kind of people from different backgrounds. So I definitely think it has a space in that area.
So it's kind of about connecting people with different, it's almost like finding people to puzzle that kind of story together with people's different experiences.
Also a form of therapy as well. So.
Yeah, okay. Is art a form of therapy? Is this how we should be looking at the art? I'm just gonna say it. I think you're an artist, and I think I'm not wrong in that. Is art therapy? What kind of art do you make?
I'm a composer, and I also make kind of experimental music theatre plays, but in the Netherlands.
Okay. What's it like there? What is art for in the Netherlands? Is it to make, why do people make art?
I think no, it's not. It's not. The main difference I think between the UK and the Netherlands is that over there art is much more funded by the government, and the audience, the people, are perhaps slightly more open towards the experimental stuff, which is what I like, what I do, and there is. If there are some novelties, technological or like formal or whatever, they really seem to like it. So that's why I kind of stick.
Okay, so you make your art mostly there.
Yeah, but I wanted to also refer to something like the community thing. I think. If I can drop in my 5 pennies into that. I think art can be a therapy, or like just communal activities like this one. I think this is what's missing today. Like, you know, after the pandemic, after people were being isolated, now with the phones and computers, everybody is in their own bubble, or like young people stopped going out. Apparently, that's what I keep on hearing. And clubs are shutting down.
Expensive, that's why you're not going. They don't have
Yeah, but it was really expensive when I was 20 as well. So, you know, and we went to the park. You know, we went to the park. But young people prefer. Yeah, but they prefer to like not drink first of all, apparently, and stay at home on their mobile phones. Whatever, and that's why I think there's a more than ever importance of this kind of events which bring people together, at least from my perspective.
So for you, maybe the big innovation that we should be looking out for is back to the basic kind of community connection, bringing people, you know, maybe it's not the technological advancement, maybe it's the people together in a space. Charles, do you still remember your point?
Yes, I do, yeah. Well, yeah, I lived in Holland for a bit, so I know the culture very well. I lived in Rotterdam. Actually, Rotterdam reminds me a little bit here because it's a very futuristic city that was rebuilt after the war. Yeah, so there's similarities. And the cool thing about Holland is it's actually quite similar culturally to Britain. But there's only a few sort of key differences, like they're a lot more blunt, basically, the people. That's right. But mostly they're cool. It could be nice, yes, actually, yes. They're a lot more open, there's like, you know, there's a lot more freedom of speech and things like that. So yeah, it's cool, but they're a bit more open to arts. There's like a statistic, like it's got the highest per capita number of artists in the world or something like that. So they seem to value art. I think one of the issues on point about art is the government here, and maybe even society, sees art as a utility. And from like an economic perspective, and always you have to think, oh, what's the economic perspective? And then we've had now, like in recent years, we're banging about the bureaucracy, like what's its social impact? But I actually think we should think of art more as a discipline that runs alongside things like the sciences or philosophy, etc., as a form of just investigation. And it's valuable in itself in doing that sort of thing. And we should kind of see it different from things like craft and entertainment, which are all valuable things. I think we just need to like reframe what we think art's for.
Okay, so reframing what art is for, maybe it's not always about the economic value and useful utilitarian approach, maybe it's just an investigation process, and I really love that.
Yeah, absolutely agree, and I think it's nice to make this distinction between what's art, which is more like what you're talking, maybe more similar to science, and what's entertainment. Because this is all like muddled up together, and people who think of art often refer to it as entertainment, and the other way around, and it shouldn't be. I think it should be really clearly divided between one or the other, and there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, we all need entertainment, but it's just something else than art. Yeah.
I mean, thank you. No, but I was just wondering, how do you make it clear and at what point to like general population that, okay, warning, you're watching entertainment, or warning, you're experiencing art? Like, is this about label? Is it about education? Is it about just, well, if you don't know, then I can't help you. You should have educated yourself. Like, what's it about?
I mean, earlier on, I'm talking about 3.5 hours earlier, we were talking about processed foods versus processed art or processed culture, and I think, to me, I don't think there is a clear dividing line between art and entertainment. I think there's a big crossover, and I don't think there's anything wrong with art being entertaining, but for me, I'm much more concerned about the making of art than the actual audience and how people understand it, because I think it's mostly actually there for the artist as a kind of exploration. And also, that means that when you're an artist, you don't know what you're doing, and that's actually quite important, to sort of slightly not know what you're doing and discover it through making, be it music, be it art, be it film, be it theatre.
But do you think this kind of approach would fly with local politicians? We're talking about lobbying, and we're talking about council. Should they be fostering more of this guys, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm running this council, but like, any ideas? Do you think that would work?
I think we need to look into like new models of funding artists. It's going to be very difficult to actually select who it's going to be. But like we used to, there was a tradition of like the patron, who'd basically just, you know, rich guys. They would just go, you do what you bloody do, and you know, see what comes out of it, and just explore, and you know, they make a living. The trouble is now, it was like either run through, you know, essentially through business capitalism, or through sort of the council and arts councils, which are then either looking for what's the utility, or they want to have some sort of social engineering, this and that representation, which has its good intentions, but then it actually doesn't foster the best in terms of what art can do.
Yeah, you said that before. You didn't say dinner, but I feel like you're hungry now. But so just for your third final thoughts now, okay? Fourth, sorry, very good. I mean, do you think this kind of patronage model for the arts, could that work? Like it worked with the roof in the church that you, sorry, in a bunker that you're talking about? And Rihanna, I mean, could people come together to be patrons of a certain artist in the area, like Daniel Craig or the Ubuntu Museum?
I mean, I think that's how social content creators, they have, you know, if they have 100k and each 100k person donates £1, that's enough money for them to create. And it's like, if they've got 100k and 100k person donates £100, £1 each year, that's their salary for the rest of their life as one person. So it is a case of marketing, business, unfortunately, and most of us are like that. We can't just only focus on our job, what we do. We have to focus on those other little annoying bureaucratic life admin, business admin aspects. And if you don't know how to do it, or you absolutely hate doing it, find someone who loves doing it and ask them to help you.
Okay, guys, make sure that you exchange emails. But thank you so much. Thank you for putting so much into this conversation. Enjoy your dinner, and yes, see you on the next adventure. Thank you, Aisha. Okay, so yeah, £1 from 100k people amounts to good wage for an artist. I mean, has anybody here have a patron? Have you ever had a patron? And what different models of funding art?
Sometimes the problem with getting funding is that then you can get restricted. I was once invited by Wandsworth Council to take part in a climate festival, and one of my images at the festival was a shell being protested by people who were wearing these masks, and because my workshop was Eco-Mask Workshop, I had these images that I got online, and I was told to remove them because Shell was also at the event. I was a bit like, So you also...
Shell was putting on a climate event.
No, Shell was involved in a climate event, and then I was told to remove those images. So sometimes, yes, exactly. So sometimes you've got to be careful who sponsors you, because then their agenda as well is kind of affects your work, and that can be a problem.
But whilst all of this, Shell is pretty loaded. I mean, could we give Shell a chance to... You know, Ola, you were kind of talking about greenwashing. Should Shell get a chance?
Hard to say, because in general I work in the retail world, so it is. Yeah, I'm kind of morally conflicted because I sell clothes and I work for a big corporate. So thinking about Shell, I work for Inditex, like. You know, Zara, for sure, you know. So I work for one of the brands, so I'm responsible for all the market here.
Other brands, clothing brands are available.
Yeah, so it is conflicted because I'm good at my job, but at the same time I know how unsustainable it is and how much statements we do as a company, but at the end of the day, world is just overloaded with clothes, right? So yeah,
So it's a moral kind of
dilemma
as well. So yeah, should we give Shell a chance, Zara a chance? Could they go ethical for real?
I mean, I think, to be honest, Ola, I think that is the norm. I think, at least on Talkaoke, most people are in that situation where they know what they're doing is unsustainable, but they don't know what to do about it, or they don't know how to keep their job or keep their living and be more sustainable. So it's the big question, I think, of our time. So you hear it all the time on Talkaoke. But just saying that as well, we once got hired by Shell to do Talkaoke. I thought it went well because the managing director or the chairman or CEO, someone like that, came and sat down, and then they started having a go at him for for not doing enough about the environment. And I thought, yeah, this is, because he was defending himself quite well, I thought, but then we never got hired again.
Do you regret it, Mikey? Do you think you could make it?
I was neutral. I was in the middle of the table. I was neutral. I was trying to help out both sides, see each other's points.
Maybe you weren't neutral enough, or maybe
I don't. I thought it was a good conversation, and I thought, because it was at Shell, I think, spend a lot of money on like what they call energy transition, which is all about making things more electric, or even though they're mostly selling petrol.
Okay, so maybe staying too neutral wasn't liked by Shell.
Yeah, but I think that brings about a problem of like moral purity, and I think we have to accept we can't all be like morally perfect. There's compromises along the way, particularly in our, in contemporary world. I mean, for my philosophy, I'm not left or right or anything really. I take on like a more stoic approach, like classical stoic. But when we're talking about like how do you get funding, like all of it, whether it's like through government or the various quangos, etc., councils, whether it's like council here, which the patronage model, self-funding, there's always going to be an interested party that wants to actually push a particular line. So you're always going to have to be compromised. And it's like, as an artist, it's like, what compromises are you willing to take? And how do you sort of cope with that? How do you sort of negotiate it? And maybe your message or what you're trying to do is actually more important, that you maybe can compromise on some areas whilst allowing yourself to push through with them. But I think, yeah, it's about taking maybe a more realistic, stoic approach to dealing with these things.
Okay, and can I just ask you, were you an artist involved in the Wandsworth art?
Yes. I've done it a couple of times. This year I put on a electronic music open mic at, just here. So I've actually put on an event and actually performed as well. Amazing. And if we've got other electronic musicians, please come along. You can play and have a lot of fun. No, you could. Are you local? Yeah. We'll get in contact because we want you to come and play then. We do one every couple of months. Just there. If you're local, as long as you're electronic, we do. Our one is special because we focus on ambient and chill out stuff. So most of the time it's more upbeat or techno or whatever. Whereas we're like, we wouldn't do the Sunday afternoon chill out. But no, one of the cool things is it can be, there's a few people, it's the first time they've ever played and they're like a bit nervous. It's like, no, it's cool, it's only like a dozen people here. We're very welcome. And then we've got guys who are like real regulars who play all the time. And then you get another few guys who might maybe like play dance music and they're like, well, this is ambient, let's try something different here. Yeah. So all across.
So you're kind of open to different approaches, but I was also wondering, so you like make sure that you exchange details, but I was just wondering, should Wandsworth Arts Fringe, should there be a theme for next year? Should it be about the kind of the compromise, kind of like
it could do. I think especially in the last 10 years we've seen a great fracturing in politics, and there's been an idea of like moral purity. And one of the horrible things is like counterculture's come out of it, where people who've like slightly slipped up have been completely messed up. And I think we need to be a bit more forgiving and understand that we ourselves are not perfect, and we all mess up, and we need to like be forgiving of ourselves and reflect on who we are as individuals and human nature. The best that we can do is try to be good, but accept that we are flawed.
It may be, exactly. I mean, I'm going to bring Monica into this. Monica, are you a forgiving person?
Hey?
Are you a forgiving person?
Oh, Belly.
No, you don't forgive?
I do forget everybody.
Okay. Is this a good way? Is it working out for you?
Always.
Bang. There you go. Thank you, Monica. Because you may have just informed the next.
Sisters, love.
You were trained to forgive as part of the makeup. Thank you, Monica. Mike, some thoughts. It doesn't have to be polished. It doesn't need to be in Polish. It has to be just what you're feeling right now. Any final thoughts from absolutely anybody?
I think access to the arts for everybody is very important. You can see, like, if you go to the West End, you know, in theatre, there's a lot of money being put into ballets and different things, and I think every sort of demographic should have access to the arts. It shouldn't be limited to people with money, or, you know, people with, and more funding for communities that can't afford this as a luxury, because look, it's cost of living crisis. A lot of people, it's the last thing you want to think about if you can't afford to buy food and you can't afford to, you know, pay your bills, you know. So I think more money should be put into the arts for regular people.
Okay, thank you very much, Jackie. That's a really great final thought. Thank you for this. So more money, more free art.
More physical events like this, out of our mobile phones, computers, where we can just talk or, I don't know, play football, you name it, but we don't stay at home on ourselves.
Okay, so anything to get us out of our homes, off our mobile phones. Thank you, Rick. Football, maybe I'll do the chatting, less football playing, but yeah, for everyone. Yes, final thoughts, Alton?
I really enjoyed the talk about the community. I must say that I tend to live in my own bubble and don't really think about the community, what is out there, how many people are involved, and I really appreciate to hear about you. And actually all of you are artists, and I feel like maybe because of your sensitivity you are more involved, but it really made me think like, my God, I just run my own life being focused on the corporate world, and I don't really think that I live in a community, that we live in this area and we never really got involved. And it's really interesting. And then I agree that public art should be more accessible and more live events. Recently, actually, I went to Copenhagen. I've been in many different museums, and there was like a lot of workshops inside the museums, which like people were gathering together, doing stuff together. I was in the workshop of making hats from the cardboard, and then everyone could leave the hat like as an exhibit, and people were trying on them, and it was like just amazing feeling. And yeah, I really appreciate it. So thank you that I could join today.
Well, thank you for joining us. Thank you for co-creating this little community, but actually this is just like a little bit of a bigger community out there. Speaking of artists, we've got an artist of life. Monica, do you have any final thoughts? You've been here for a long, long time. Absolutely beautiful stories, great performance. Do you have any final thoughts for us? Any thoughts?
When you're coming again?
When we're coming again, I don't know, hopefully very soon. We'd love to come back and do more stuff, yeah?
You better come back.
Okay, Chris, if you're watching this, Monica says you better come back, so let's make that reality. Thank you so much, you're absolutely brilliant. Thank you. Final thoughts, Charles, any final thoughts?
Just come back. We like this, we like stuff happening in the area.
When is your next workshop?
I've got, well, we're going to plan one in September, but we've got a special one we're doing up in Hoxton on the 10th of August at Verdurain Art Gallery, which is another Verdurain, which is Clunbury Street. Yes, small little gallery, so we're doing a special like ambient thing there. So the promotion for that, the tickets will be coming up online, and it'll be very moderately priced. So if you're around there, come at that one. I'll be. You can follow me on my Instagram, and it'll be all up there. So.
No, you're right. I don't like fame.
No danger of that with us. We're very niche. Very niche. Come on in.
The paparazzi following you all the time. Too much.
Okay, so this is a Hoxton event. We will find out on social media. That's what you're saying.
Follow me on Instagram, Anti-Normal Design, or Resounded Music for the music side stuff. It's on both things. And I'll be posting stuff in there in the next few weeks. So come along and listen to some talented ambient type musicians in a lovely little space, up and coming artists and whatnot.
That sounds amazing, and also gives Jackie an opportunity to go back to Hoxton from back 20 years ago, and you know, just revisit the location. I will take your handles after we finish this because I will forget. But thank you, Natalie. Any final thoughts? Any kind of reflections, thoughts, ideas, questions, complaints, suggestions? Yeah, anything.
I feel like I've missed a lot of the conversation, but I really agree with what Jackie's saying about just making the arts a bit more accessible, and I think it's more than just pricing. I think it's where, you know, not restricting arts to just kind of artistic venues. It's like putting it out into different spaces. I think it's about looking at kind of relevant topics and themes that you can kind of produce work around, and just kind of allowing people to have the freedom to create, I guess, and share.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So give people freedom to create, and yeah, just keep the art going. Mikey, I've not come to you for your final thoughts, but maybe I could. If you have anything, have you got any juice left in your brain to share?
No, I just think this is a unique space, you know, and it is. I'm not talking even about Roehampton. I'm talking about Danebury Avenue. And the people around here, it's a very unique space, and it's got its own vibe, which is a very friendly, warm, relaxed vibe, and I think it changes the nature of the conversation. It's sort of very different to, I mean, everywhere has got its own flavour, but I like it here. It's nice. It's been good. We'd love to come back and do more, and you know, hear what people have got to say, and we'd like to get people from here to do this job. Yeah, and I don't mean sit on Margot. I mean sit on the chair. Pass the microphone around and get people talking, because I think it's been really nice to hear what people have got to say. It's just sometimes, you know, you just hear these things and you just want to do more, and it's sometimes a bit sad just to go in the van and drive back, with the collection of thoughts. But that's the way it goes.
What do you do with the footage?
We put it online. Let's put it on YouTube if you're happy with it. If not, we just. And there was a bit that I forgot to change. I forgot to change the battery. It was recording, and then I noticed it stopped. So hopefully it's only 1 or 2 minutes. But anyway, So you probably find that when you were there 20 years ago, that's also online. Because we've been recording it for a long time, depending on, because some of it got burnt in a fire. In 2006, so if it was, exactly.
Burn down the studio.
Yeah. So, but if it was after 2006, you may well find that it's there, and you. Yes. Have you got one of these? Yeah. I mean, it's more quality than in terms of footage, it's more quantity than quality, but in terms of numbers, it's more quality than quantity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mikey. That was a top final thought. So yeah, we're just going to wrap it up here. But thank you so much to the Alton Art Hub there, and thank you to Wandsworth Art Fringe, and thank you to Denbury community for having us. Paula, any final thoughts? Anything? Any messages to the world?
Good New Year.
Amazing. Thank you very much, and enjoy your ice cream, people, courtesy of Natalie, and see you on the next adventure. Take care. Thank you for having us.